Please take your seat. The program will be starting soon. Please take your seat. The program will be starting soon. Please welcome Politico Media Group CEO, Goli Sheikh Slami.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. And for those of you who had to wait in long lines to get in, thank you for making your way to the grill. We are thrilled this year to be partnering with CNN here, both at the DNC and at the RNC. And really for us, for the next 4 days, what we have planned is to have really substantive policy conversations. We'll probably have around 24 of these conversations over the course of the week. And we feel like this is really important for us to take the time. And lots has changed over the last few weeks, but it's really, an exceptional sort of opportunity to sit down with the folks that are really going to be key in this election and talk about the important topics on the agenda. And so thank you for joining us here, and thank you for everyone who is watching us on the live stream. I also want to thank our partners for today's programming. McDonald's is our partner this afternoon, and we're thrilled to have you all here. Thank you so much.
Please welcome Politico's senior political columnist and politics bureau chief, Jonathan Martin, and chair of the Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee and Michigan Senator, Gary Peters.
Well, thank you all for coming. Senator Peters, thank you for being here. Day one of the Democratic Convention. Everything going to plan so far this summer for Democrats, Senator? This is all happening than what you expected.
It was
right?
all part of the plan.
Master plan.
Yeah, absolutely.
So some of you might know this in the room, others might not, but Senator Peters is a Harley aficionado, loves riding his bike, and every summer rides around Michigan. Mm-hmm. And you just did your annual ride. Mm-hmm. Tell us about where you went and what you heard while you were out there.
Yeah, happy to. So this is official Senate business that I do across the state.
Sure.
It is indeed.
Expense it all,
And have great meetings with folks in various places around the state. But I've always said, if you want to get from point A to point B, why not do that on a motorcycle? And then I have a number of my friends that join, are folks usually are guest riders. And in this ride, which we did close to 900 miles, which is a little shorter than normal. We went down through the southern part of the state. It started in Kalamazoo as our first official event. Then went up to Sault Ste. Marie with the Sioux Lock. So it was the zoo to the Sioux ride. And then we had a ride back and had a number of other meetings there. But I have guest riders. They're members of labor unions. They're veterans groups. They're folks who just love motorcycling. And I had anywhere from 25 to 40 motorcycles riding with me. We went across the Mackinac Bridge a couple times, which was great. And had a lot of great meetings. But I guess, to answer your question, what was great is just the enthusiasm from folks. What has been happening over the last few weeks. Certainly a lot of energy out there.
And obviously, Michigan is a pivotal state both for the presidency and for the Senate.
Yeah.
For the Senate map. What I'm really curious about is, we hear a lot about the suburbs of Detroit. We hear a lot about Detroit. We obviously hear a lot about Dearborn these days. Tell us what's going on in Kalamazoo, in Midland, in Saginaw, the mid-sized cities of Michigan, places where Democrats don't necessarily have to win anymore, but you can't get your asses kicked. Is Vice President Harris going to be competitive in those places?
Oh, yeah, most definitely. And we're seeing that already just in the numbers, if you look at the polling numbers. And recent ones, have you seen, she's up 3 or 4 points in Michigan over Donald Trump right now. And those are the places where we have to do well. If you look at some of those cities, like Kalamazoo and others, that tend to be more Democratic. It's the rural areas that tend to be more challenging for Democrats just generally across the board, where you can't get killed. And so a big part of that is just being there, present, being in those rural areas. But Kamala will do well in the fact that a lot of people, and I was hearing this through the last year and a half, is that folks just wanted a fresh face, somebody new ideas, younger, all of that. Clearly, she checks all those boxes. Plus, she's a great person. I had the privilege of serving with her in the Senate, and we were actually seatmates. So we sat next to each other, like you and I are sitting right here. We were new, so we were in the back row in the corner. So we were like the new kids on the block in the back, and had a lot of comments about everybody.
Because you came in 14 and she came in 16.
Yeah. But we were back there, and so I got to know her as a friend, but also got to see her passion and see what she's all about. So
have you talked to her since Biden dropped out?
Yes.
What kind of questions is she asking about Michigan?
Well, it wasn't a question. We talked. So she called me, within 2 hours after
Sunday.
What's that?
That Sunday.
That Sunday, yeah. So she called, and we just talked briefly about Michigan and how I'm going to work together. And obviously, she knows my role as the DS chair and the fact that we've got to win all these Senate seats. So we talked a little bit about that as well, because obviously she wants to make sure we have a Senate majority when she's the next president of the United States.
Well, if she was sitting here and she said, Senator Peters, or probably call you Gary, right? That'd be a little awkward.
Gary.
Called you Senator, right? Yeah.
Yeah. She'd do that. Yeah, that's true.
Call you sir, like Trump, with tears in her eyes. Call me sir. What if she was sitting here and she said, Gary, what are the 2 or 3 most important things I got to do to win Michigan? What would you tell her?
Well, first of all, she just has to be authentic, which she is. People got to see who she is. When
how do you do that?
Just now the exposure that she's getting, what we're going to see happening here in the convention. Because when you're in the vice president, it's hard to kind of be known outside of that. But now she has the opportunity to be on stage, to talk, to be out in the crowds, to answer questions from folks. Be herself. Authenticity really matters. I say that to everybody. Authenticity wins elections. But the number one rule of authenticity is you actually have to be authentic.
Yeah.
So if she's authentic, that's going to help her. We're a Midwestern state. People like to know folks are speaking from the heart and not giving the straight story and cares. So she needs to show how she cares, which she does. I know that, and that's going to be very important.
And tell us, since the month that Biden dropped out, or almost a month, what have you seen in your capacity as chairman of the DSCC? What's happening in the battleground states for control of the Senate? What are you seeing in the data?
So, since the
Biden dropped out.
Well, on the data, things have gotten better for our Senate candidates. But let me be clear.
Sure.
We were doing pretty good prior to that too. If you looked at our races in the battlegrounds, all of our Senate candidates were running above their opponents. But sometimes by a decent margin in there, which is still not at 50, but still above we like. And the reason for that is pretty straightforward. Senate races are candidate versus candidate races. And we saw that last cycle when I ran the DSCC. We were able to win when no one thought we could win, but because we turned them into candidate versus candidate races, try to get the nationalization out of it.
Sure.
And we have strong incumbents, strong candidates running against flawed Republicans, sometimes seriously flawed. And we were making sure that people saw that contrast, because that's what a campaign's all about. You have a choice when you go in to vote. You don't have 2 perfect individuals. You have 2 human beings with strengths and weaknesses. and our candidates have much greater strengths and they have greater weaknesses. And so you put those two together, we were doing well. So having said that, then after the president decided not to run, we just saw happen was enthusiasm for the race increased. And some of the Democratic folks that were not as strong in the polling all of a sudden coalesced around Kamala very, very quickly.
Yeah, your folks came home, right? Yeah.
They definitely did. Yeah, they came home, and we saw that. You're seeing that in the numbers right now. You're seeing it in volunteers. You're seeing it in our fundraising.
What state was the biggest change?
I don't know. I don't know if I can answer which one, but I guess the biggest changes were.
It was Nevada, right?
Yeah, that would have been up. Yeah, I'd say it's probably in that list. Yeah.
Nevada.
Yeah. But we saw across the board. We saw it in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, other places as well. In any kind of the battleground states, you're not going to see a change like that in Montana or Ohio, but we did in our other battleground states.
So Manchin's retirement puts you at 50-50. Jon Tester is running in a state that Donald Trump is going to carry, at least by 15 points. It may be closer to 20.
Yeah.
Just tell us, how does that work? How does Tester overcome the top of the ticket, losing the state by 15 to 20 points?
Well, he does it the way he's done it in the past. So he's already done that. He's always had a run in a really tough state. He is authentic. Back to my original comment about Kamala, just authenticity is important. Jon Tester is as authentic a person from Montana as you could possibly get. Multi-generational farmer there. He understands folks in Montana. He's out in the community. Montana is a really big state geographically, but population-wise is smaller, and so he's gotten to know a lot of folks too in a more personal way that allows you to transcend some of that.
Probably met half of the voters in the state.
Well, yeah, I'm sure a lot of them. In fact, I mean, even in the race, I mean, he will tell you that he has more people come up to him and say, you know, Senator, thank you for, you're doing a good job.
Right.
You know, I may be a Republican or whatever, but I like you. He says that happens more to him now than it did ever before. So part of that is just being a good senator representing your state, doing it over many years, you build up that goodwill. Then the other advantage, if we're going to make this a candidate versus candidate race, his opponent has serious flaws, and he's not authentic, and that's a big thing. You know, he's from out of state. He bought some land in Montana. He calls himself a rancher. And folks in Montana, if you call yourself a rancher, they might ask you questions like, do you know how to brand cattle?
Right.
And if you don't, they're like, well, yeah, what kind of rancher are you? And as we looked into it further, his opponent, he does have a ranch, but it's a dude ranch. So like people can come and get pictures next to some cattle and ride a horse. And in Montana, folks don't think that's a rancher if you have a dude ranch. And so that authenticity.
If the ranch has Instagram photos, it's not a real ranch.
Probably not. Yeah, probably not. Yeah.
But it's still a tall order to overcome the top of the ticket, losing as significantly as Kamala Harris is probably gonna do.
Yeah, it's not easy, and you know there's a trend obviously to nationalize races.
Well, yeah, I was gonna ask you about that. Susan Collins is the only current senator who won a state that the opposite party carried in a presidential ticket.
Right. So we understand the realities of that, but the dynamics of such a contrast between two candidates in Montana and John being there and building that solid record, I think is going to be the difference in the end.
Do you view the Ohio seat, Sherrod Brown's seat, as significantly different, or do you put it basically in the same place of this is somebody who's going to run his own race and has his own brand?
Yeah, definitely Sherrod is all of that. So you know he has also had to run above the base and get swing voters who might be voting differently at the top of the ticket to vote for him. And I've always said, you know, Sherrod, I don't know if any Democrat can win Ohio unless their name is Sherrod Brown. You know, he's the only statewide Democrat there, which is why I say in this election I have really good news for folks. I got a guy named Sherrod Brown who's running in Ohio, and given the fact that he is the candidate, I feel really good. And the numbers show that too. You know, he's got a consistent lead. And he's running against a flawed candidate as well that is not authentic.
And today, as you sit here and you think about Arizona, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Wisconsin, that sort of next tier of seats, you're confident that you're going to hold all those seats?
Yeah, I'm confident.
Every single one of them?
Yeah.
You would do it, Joe Namath today, Gary Peters, you would sit here and you would say you're going to hold all those seats.
Yeah, all those battlegrounds, yeah.
Save that tape. All right.
I will do that. We'll do that. These are going to be close races, though. It's not over yet, but I'm confident we can do that. we're seeing the numbers get better. I would suspect the numbers are going to get tighter as we get closer to the election. That's what happens, and it's what happened last cycle. When you think about last cycle, the numbers were okay, but all of a sudden they got really great for us after the Dobbs decision. But then, as time went on, battleground states do what battleground states do. The numbers get tougher. Yeah. But as long as you stay on your campaign plan, you continue to run your campaign, you stay focused, you don't lose sight of that, you win. Let
me ask you one more thing, because you mentioned this when you were talking about going around Michigan and how people were coming up to you and saying, it's great to have somebody new, a fresh face, younger generation. I mean, tell me about the culture of your party, because voters were screaming this for a year and a half that we don't want this choice. We don't want this campaign. We want different candidates. And you guys didn't listen to voters until, frankly, finally Biden had a June debate, and the fickle hand of fate, it turned out that it was so bad that he had to drop out of the race, hat tip Nancy Pelosi. But, why was it so hard for you guys to make that decision, to finally go to the president and say, thanks for your service, but the country wants somebody else, somebody younger? Why, as Democrats, was that so hard for you guys to let go?
Well, it's not a process like that. So I think that's the thing. You have an incumbent president who has done a great job. I think we all agree that Joe Biden.
But you saw those numbers for years, right? The same numbers you saw, right?
What about the
showing that voters wanted other options? They didn't want Biden versus Trump.
But so still he has a great record. He's an incumbent president.
Yep.
And so the process is, if someone wants to challenge that and says, I see these numbers that you're talking about, then I'm going to run against him in a primary. We didn't see that happen. You can't have that process unless you have candidates that are going to say, I'm going to run. We did get a Democratic candidate that did run, but that didn't go very far for him.
And he was shunned, and he was ostracized from the party for having the temerity to challenge a sitting president. It turns out he was actually pretty prophetic.
But you have those supporters that supported Joe Biden over the years. They're loyal to him. They're going to continue to support him.
He's a nice guy.
He's a nice guy. He's a great guy, and he's a man of incredible character.
Yeah.
The fact that he did what he did and said, I'm going to put my country ahead of anything else, and I'm going to step aside, speaks volumes about who Joe Biden is. And tonight we're going to have an opportunity to celebrate him, to celebrate his 50 years of public service and the fact that he would put the country ahead of himself. Just imagine that. A president that puts himself second to what's good for the country. I can think of a recent president that wouldn't apply to.
Right, because you had a similar scenario in the fall of 2016. It was called Access Hollywood, and their party was desperate for Trump to go. They couldn't stand him, and he obviously refused to go and turned out to have won. In this case, Biden grudgingly, but eventually he did leave.
Yeah.
Have you talked to the president since he dropped out of the race?
No, not since after. No.
How could he best be used the rest of this campaign? Like, if you were running Joe Biden's schedule for the next 80 days to be helpful for the party, what do you do?
Well, I think he can still go out and campaign, and he's got to obviously work with the Harris campaign as to where they think that is helpful to their efforts. But clearly having a president out there talking to people is going to be important, talking about the accomplishments under his administration. I would never underestimate that. When I ran in 2014 for the Senate, at that time Barack Obama was his popularity wasn't that great at that time, but we actually had President Obama come in, and I was the only new person to win in 2014. So
and everybody else in the 14 cycle was running from Obama, and you embraced him.
I had him come in.
He probably hasn't forgotten that, has he?
I hope not. I'll remind him when I see him. But he did. No, he was great. He was very supportive. And he motivated a lot of our base, his supporters and others.
You've won some real tough races. You won some what you could call the political version of away games in tough cycles in the House and the Senate.
Yeah.
You know Michigan pretty well. You've now obviously been around Michigan for 10 years in statewide office. Explain to this room, if you could, the appeal of Donald Trump in places in northern Michigan, on the UP, the kind of classic Macomb Democrat. What's at the core of his appeal with your voters? Because a lot of those voters are your voters, right?
Well, I'm sure I get some folks who will vote for Donald Trump that'll support me. And Michigan is a true state that's a centrist state.
Right.
And it goes between center left to center right. So you've always got to kind of build that coalition there. But I think Donald Trump appeals to folks who just want to shake things up.
Yeah.
They're just not happy about their life, or they see the country, whatever it may be. And they saw him as someone who would shake that up and would make that had that vote. But then what we saw, obviously, that was a close election when he won in Michigan. It was a few thousand votes.
And third parties helped.
And third parties helped. So it was a very, very close election. And then it was still close in 20, but he lost.
But you mentioned a word earlier, too, I think is important, which is authenticity. And don't people forgive Trump for some of his outlandish comments because they say, at least he's real, he's authentic. The guy in Sterling who works on the line at GM or Ford, right?
Yeah. I think he speaks his mind, and we like the fact he speaks his mind.
Yeah.
And so there's obviously an audience for that, and an electorate for that.
The third-party issue is important in Michigan because obviously Trump isn't president today, were it not for Jill Stein and Gary Johnson taking the votes they did in 2016. We have seen the third-party vote share dissipate in the polling since Kamala Harris became the de facto nominee. Talk about that for a minute, about Kennedy, about Stein. I guess West is now off the ballot in Michigan.
She's off
the
ballot, yeah.
So it's Stein and Kennedy on the ballot in Michigan.
Yeah.
How important is it that fades?
I think it will fade. I mean, I believe, and you see that in Michigan, that the third party will fade. You see it around the country. But I'll just give you...
Like 5% between them total, you think?
Yeah, it could be less than that. I mean,
less than 5 between them.
If people see it's a real race, a real race and a difference.
Wow.
And so I'll give you an example.
Sure.
When I ran in the House for re-election, and I won a congressional district. When I won, I was the first Democrat since 1893. And then
who's counting?
What's that?
But who's counting?
Who's counting? But and so it was.
Paul is.
Yeah, Paul is, and it was a very competitive district. But in that race that I ran initially to win that, I had a really well-known third-party candidate. His name was Dr. Jack Kevorkian. If you remember Jack Kevorkian, Dr. Death was in that race. And the Republicans thought, well, this is great. We've had this seat since the 1800s. I'm running against an incumbent Republican who is chair of an appropriations committee, and they have Kevorkian in, and they think those are going to draw Democrats away. And in some of the early polling, he was getting like 12-14% of the electorate, which is not great. That's not good in what's going to be a pretty, close race. But in the end, when the actual election came, I can't remember the number. I think it was like 2% or something. Yeah. About 2% he got. So he saw that go down. It was maybe 5 or 6 before the election. Then it went down to 2, and he was a non-factor. And we were able to win that seat for the first time in a long, long time.
I'm sure you've heard from folks in Dearborn and other parts of the Arab American community of Michigan. It's not just Dearborn. What's your message to folks who are unhappy with this administration's Middle East policy? Like, what's your elevator pitch to them as to why they should stick and vote Democrat this year for the presidency, for Senate, for Congress? If they're pissed about this administration's policy in the Middle East, what do you say to them?
Well, if it's specifically to Gaza, you're talking about.
Correct.
So, and I think we got to talk about where Kamala Harris is, because she's the one that's going to be on the ballot. And look at her views on it right now. I think she is talking to a lot of folks who feel very frustrated that they're not being listened to by folks, not just this administration, but generally about what's happening in Gaza. And Kamala, in her speech, has been very clear that certainly Hamas is a horrible terrorist organization that has engaged in unspeakable atrocities. The Israelis have a right to defend themselves against that. But all of that, you've got a group of folks who are caught in the middle. Innocent folks who are caught in the middle that are dealing with the ravages of a horrible war. And we got to get a ceasefire. We got to try to bring peace there. Let's hope that the efforts that President Biden is engaged in right now will bring about a peace agreement. We're seeing how complex that is to try to make that happen. But just understanding what's happening on the ground and the suffering that's occurring with innocent folks caught in the middle is a big part of it. It doesn't gonna go away. It's not gonna solve it, but it's important for people to see that. And then you compare, if you're in the Arab community or the Muslim community, oh my God, you can't vote for Donald Trump. I mean, the contrast there is about as wide as you can get.
Let me just ask you directly. Do you think it's important that Vice President Harris show that there are some differences or at least distinctions between her policy when it comes to the Middle East and Gaza with President Biden?
Well, it shows that she's her own person. She thinks her own way.
She ought to do that, you think?
Yes, she is going to be our next president, and she has to start telling folks this is where she comes from, what she believes in. And that's going to be natural. So there's going to be things that she agrees. There's going to be things you don't agree.
And when it comes to Michigan, though, you think it's important for her to show that distinction on her views toward Gaza with President Biden?
Yeah, if she has those views, she has to be clear about whatever those views are. She'll have to make.
Doesn't she?
Yeah, and I think she has differences, and she'll talk about it.
You,
back to authenticity. Be who you are.
Yeah.
Be what's in your gut. Tell us what motivates you, what drives you. People want to see that.
Will you convey to her at some point in the next couple of weeks that she ought to do that?
Yes. Oh, if I have a chance to, yeah.
I'm sure you will.
I probably will.
Yeah. What should folks know about Kamala Harris that you knew from getting to know her, sitting with her in the Senate?
Well, I didn't really know her at all as coming in as a new member. But what I just got to know her as really has a good sense of humor. She's
funny.
She's warm. She can enjoy a good joke and make fun of folks, and do things like all of us do. She's no different than all of that.
Right.
She's just a regular, down-to-earth person. But I also know she's very passionate about what she cares about.
Why didn't that come through more in the last 3.5 years? Because she does have a sense of humor. She does love, shooting the bull a little bit. There's this great clip I'm sure you've seen where she's doing a Michael Bennett impression when Bennett's walking in to get sworn in, and she does a Bennett impression. That's a great Bennett impression.
Yeah.
But we haven't seen that really. Is that because she just was trying to do the right thing with Biden and not step out of line and be a good number two? Or?
I just think it's hard. Yeah, it's hard when you're a vice president. You don't get an opportunity to do that. But she's a really good sport. I'll share a story of as we were getting to know each other. However it came up, I said, we have a really good whiskey in Michigan. We're one of the leading states in the distillery. What's that? Bourbon.
You're a bourbon guy. Yeah,
bourbon. So I said, Kamala, you should come on over. You can try some Michigan whiskey. And she was a good sport. So she came over to the office, and we were out. I have a little balcony, kind of looks out over the town, and we brought out some Michigan whiskey. I don't know. To this day, I don't know if she really likes it. But she was very. Whiskey in general. I wouldn't. Let her talk about that. But she was a great sport. She enjoyed it. We had great conversation. She's just someone you can just hang with, and feel like. She is the real deal.
And if voters
and that makes a difference.
Yeah, and if voters in Michigan see that side of her, much more likely to win, right?
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
And carry Michigan and beyond. Let's talk about you for a minute. We're sort of winding down here. You're a classic Michigan guy in the sense that maybe you're a little overlooked, you're a little bit underrated. You got a chip on your shoulder because of that.
No.
Chuck Schumer is not going anywhere, obviously, anytime soon. If Senator Schumer is listening out there, and he always is, we're not trying to write your obit yet. But are you interested one day in being the Democratic leader of the Senate?
I'm interested in continuing to do my work as chairman of Homeland Security and Government Affairs, which keeps me pretty busy. In addition to that's my day job, in addition to my after-hours job as the DSCC chair. So there's so much more we need to do in that area, and I look forward to that. I'm really engaged in cybersecurity issues, artificial intelligence. How do we think about the future of that? These are big questions. I think we're at a pivotal moment in our history that we've got to think these things through deeply and be thoughtful about it and set the right direction. I want to be part of that.
That wasn't a no that I heard. You don't want to be vice president, though. It sounds like from your talking about that job at all, right? Being VP doesn't appeal to you?
I think that's already taken, if I recall. I think
what happened with that, by the way?
Just saying, I think it's already done.
Who planted that story about Peters being looked at for
Was
VP?
that you? Really?
I think it was some folks in the fourth row here in this room, perhaps. Did she talk to you at all about VP? Was that a conversation that was had? Or
I'm not going to talk about any of the process. Let's look forward. Look forward. We got Tim Walz. He's a great candidate. I served with him in the House as well. And talk about authenticity. Here we got a theme going here. An authentic guy. Certainly Tim is the ultimate of authenticity as well, which is why this ticket is so powerful. And you add that to the authenticity of all of our Senate candidates and the candidate contrast. Right. We're gonna win the presidency. We're going to hold the majority in the Senate. We even have a shot to pick up either Florida or Texas. I believe that's real. and we'll see what happens in the House. So I'm
And
very
last
optimistic.
question for you. How important for Michigan is it that President Biden gets a ceasefire, do you think, in the Middle East?
Well, I just think it's important for bigger than that.
Of course
I
it
just
is.
think it's important that we get that ceasefire. We got to find some resolution, a real resolution in that part of the world. So this is, and now the president is not running for re-election. I know he's totally committed to focus on that issue.
Yeah.
This would be a massive legacy issue for him,
Yes.
and absolutely important and critical for world peace and security.
Gary Peters, motorcycle rider, bourbon drinker, potential candidate for Senate Democratic leader down the road. Thanks for your time today.
Thank you.
Grateful. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, man. That was fun.
That was great.
Please welcome Politico's White House correspondent and Playbook co-author, Eugene Daniels, and Harris-Walz Principal Deputy Campaign Manager, Quentin Fulks.
Hello, 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 everybody. If we could get to our seats, I know you guys getting some coffee and food and snacks and visiting with the friends. That's what the conventions are all about. It's a pleasure to be here with you guys today. I am Eugene Daniels. Can I just ask everyone to shh just a little bit? Thank you, guys. Thank you, thank you. I almost sang, and that would have been bad for everyone involved. For those that don't know, Quentin is the principal deputy campaign manager for first the Biden and now the Harris campaign. Before that, he was the campaign manager for Raphael Warnock's 2022 campaign in Georgia, and the deputy campaign manager for the 2018 gubernatorial for J.B. Pritzker here,
Right.
and worked for Pritzker after. So far, so good. Fact checked right.
So far, so good.
So far, so good. This is obviously a different conversation and convention than we thought was happening just a few weeks ago. And I want to start there with President Biden and his decision to drop his bid for re-election. It's been less than a full month since that he came out and ruined all of our Saturdays, our Sundays. I was drinking a strawberry margarita in Minnesota. What was your initial reaction? Because you were one of the folks that were out front saying he is not dropping out, even that morning.
Yeah. Well, look, I'm fundamentally believe that, this race, and you work for people who embody what they talk about. And for our campaign, the whole ethos had always been around freedom, democracy, a fundamental choice about what was best for this country and the people living within this country. And so I had a little bit of a heads up in the fact that the president called several of us and told us his decision before he made it publicly with his letter. But for me in that moment, obviously, it's a little bit of sadness, but at the same time, this is somebody who was actually practicing what they preached and doing what they thought was best for the country. And so for me, it was really emboldened. It showed exactly who Joe Biden is. And again, the contrast that we have been talking about for months about the difference between him and Trump. And then from there, once he said, obviously he put his support behind the vice president and our team got to work.
Yeah. I mean, one of the things that the president kept saying was when it looked like I was going to lose, he went to God Almighty. He said that no one could do it. And then eventually he got to, if it looks like I'm going to lose. Had you already made that determination that he was going to lose in November?
Well, look,
Were you one of the people that told him?
No, well, look, first of all, this will probably sound like a cocky statement coming from me, but, we would have went all the way and won this thing against Donald Trump. But I will say that, look, the president made the decision that he made. And then, as I said, our team fell in line and got to work to do what we needed to do to make sure that we were putting the vice president on the best ground to move forward, to take over the realm of this campaign. And that has been our goal ever since.
Yeah. The switch to Vice President Harris, I'm going to start with kind of like the electoral math and the map.
Yep.
It seems to have opened up a different path. When some senior advisors went to the senators for President Biden, kind of in those weeks before he dropped, they basically only talked about one path, which was basically the blue wall.
Yep.
And with Vice President Harris, you guys seem to be playing, and I was in Arizona with her recently, the Sun Belt states, back to Georgia, North Carolina. What paths have really opened up for you guys now without President Biden at the top?
Well, look, I think that it's not what paths have opened up and what paths have not. I think if you actually look at where we are in this race, it is because our campaign invested in all the states to keep all the pathways open. And so you don't capture the momentum with the top of the ticket change in the way that we have if you don't invest in states like Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona, Nevada. And our campaign had been investing there. We had been putting staff on the ground there. We had been opening field offices there. And so our campaign really started out from having multiple pathways to get to 270. And that's what we're continuing to build off of, and we're continuing to invest and keep all those pathways open as much as possible.
But it feels like a different race, right? Like, I've been on the road with her. Some other folks that I work with have been on the road with her. It feels like a different race with her out there. The polling obviously is different. You're having helicopters come. It feels like a different race. Does it feel like a different race to you?
Look, I mean, there's absolutely momentum and enthusiasm out there. The vice president is her own candidate. She has her own vision for the country. She has a different way of doing things that she wants to make sure. And our campaign is making sure that we introduce her to voters. And we're seeing voters respond very well to that, both her and Governor Walz. We're making sure that this is a campaign where everybody sees themselves reflected in it. Our travel schedule has been robust. We've hit every single battleground state a couple of times in some instances, bus tours. So there's a lot of enthusiasm that took place over a very short amount of time. But we're going to continue to do that and talk to voters and keep building off of this momentum.
Yeah. Why do you think voters, Democrats, are so excited? Because they weren't before, right? We were talking with a lot of Democrats who, even before that debate, were kind of, it felt like they were just like slow walking to November. And now it feels like Democrats are excited and sprinting. Why? Why would the switch from Biden to Harris do that for the party?
Look, I think that people see themselves in Vice President Harris. She's obviously, and I don't think there's any secret, she's much younger than Donald Trump and Joe Biden, and she has a different feel. And I think that voters are responding to that because they see that. And she's out talking to them about the issues that matter most. And then that's also being reflected in the policy agenda that she's putting forward, that's basically common sense proposals that people have been asking for. And I think that voters are really resonating well with that.
Is this a different electorate for her? Like, when you think about President Biden and the 2020, the folks that voted for him in 2020, who you guys seem to be going after, at one point there was like a lot of older people, but now you have younger people, black and brown people, more interested and excited than before. You guys are clearly going after them in different ways, right? Especially with, and I talked to Rob Flaherty tomorrow, but like the digital operation and how much of an influence, like how much you guys are focusing on young voters.
Yeah.
Is she going to get a different voting electorate than President Biden, and why?
Look, I think in order for a Democrat to win, the voting electorate would have had to look the same. I think obviously you have to fundamentally turn out the base voters. Obviously young voters are critical, and the vice president is seeing a lot of enthusiasm among young voters. Black voters also, very critical. Latino voters, AAPI, just who she is and her identity is obviously going to be just a baseline place to start from that. That creates some of that enthusiasm, but you've got to turn that out. And we have to make sure that we're turning this enthusiasm and momentum into actual votes. People can show up to all the events, but our campaign right now is focused on making sure that when people can start voting as early as sort of mid to late September in Pennsylvania, one of the most important states, we're turning them out to vote. And so for me, that's where our priority is. But I think that the map would have looked the same. The voting blocks would have looked the same, and she has to build off that coalition. And then the other piece to that was also there for President Biden as well, is these sort of moderate, independent, leaning Republican conservative voters who are there and voting for Democrats as they did for the first time in 2020. They stayed with Democrats in 2022, and we're seeing them also stick with Democrats in 2024 because of Donald Trump's extremism and because of what is happening on the Republican side of the aisle, and we're going to take advantage of that as well.
When in polling before President Biden dropped out, there was kind of, black voters even. There was polling that showed that Donald Trump was getting 20%. You guys would say he was getting nowhere near 20% of the actual vote. But was he doing something wrong when it came to black voters? Like, why are black voters all of a sudden much more interested, other than the fact that she's black?
Well, look, I think first of all, you have to put it into perspective. One, it was an earlier time frame, and our campaign was saying, first of all, let me clarify and set the record straight. Donald Trump was never getting 20% of the black vote. I will put my career on that.
Yeah. What do you think he will get?
if I have my way, less than 5. But we're going to continue to talk to and communicate with African American voters. But look, I think that the point is that those voters weren't paying attention, and I don't think that black voters were ever saying that they were going to vote for Donald Trump in that large of a margin. I think some African American voters were parking their vote in undecided. And I think that that has been the biggest shift, and we have seen that consolidation back to the vice president. And again, I think it's because, one, we're getting later in the cycle. Those voters are tuning in and paying attention. And this momentum has obviously captured the attention of the nation, too. A lot happened in the time frame of a month and a half. And that gets people to tune in. Yeah. And in presidential campaigns, you really have very sort of set moments where people are going to tune in. You have debates. You have moments like that where people tune in, and then the coverage that comes out of it. Obviously, the assassination attempt on former President Trump. Then you have the RNC convention. Then you have the DNC convention. Have a top of the ticket change. You have a vice presidential nominee pick on both sides. And so that stuff creates interest in the political world that makes it a little bit easier for us to break through. Yeah. But we still have to do that on the ground with our paid organizing and the organizing programs that we're building. We have to do that on media as well, and that's why you see these investments that we're making. And so all of these things have to work together to build a cohesive campaign that's reaching voters where they are.
You head up the campaign's advertising, leading the paid media team. There are different audiences for different ads. A month ago, you didn't really have to focus on introducing your candidate, right? Like everyone knew who Joe Biden was. How do you balance the need to intro Vice President Harris to people who don't know her yet, explain who she is, while contrasting with Donald Trump? Because those seem like two different pathways for folks.
Well, look, I think first of all, again, that at the end of the day, the stakes of what this election is about is the same. On one side, we're fighting to lower costs, protect freedoms, and on the other side, you have Donald Trump and J.D. Vance with an extreme Project 2025 agenda and plan that is going to hurt people if they get back into the White House. And so when it comes to sort of making sure that we introduce the vice president, it's important to do that in tandem when you're also talking about the future and talking about the plans. It's important that people know her record of fighting and delivering for them as a prosecutor, and the work that she did as a attorney general and as a DA, and then also as the vice president of the United States. And you have to do that to paint worldviews. The reason why the vice president cares about housing is because she grew up most of her life renting. She knows what it's like to rent until you can afford to buy. She understands these things. And on the other side, Donald Trump has never worked for any of that. And so you can do both at the same time. In fact,
more expensive.
It's more expensive, but you can also do both at the same time in any type of creative spot. And I think you're going to see a lot of that. But we do have that burden, but it's a burden, but it's also a positive, because those values that we're introducing and talking to the American voters about when it comes to the vice president are the same reasons they should trust her and understand that the policy proposals that she's putting forth, you can believe her and know why she's putting those policy proposals forward, because she's lived that life. Yeah.
The interesting thing about so I've covered Vice President Harris for 3.5 years, 4 years at this point, and watching how many people are getting excited about her, how Democrats are kind of coalescing around her. I think it's surprising for a lot of people who look at that first year, who look at her 2020 campaign and had different opinions, I'll say, than they do right now. What do you think it is about her? Did she change? Did she, as she would say, she didn't fall out of a coconut tree, but did something change? Her staff changed over, they started doing new things. Why do you guys feel like she's ready for this moment?
Well, look, I think that staff is reflective of the candidate, and so the change that people are seeing is the vice president. But what I would say is that the vice president has always been experienced. That's why President Biden picked her to be his running mate. He picked her because she's been experienced. She's been in the room. She's been in the situation room to make these decisions on a global stage that are going to impact the world, leading the domestic policies, creating 16 million jobs with President Biden. And so when it comes to what's changed, I think she is the top of the ticket, and she can go out and speak about what it is that she wants. And as we're introducing her, these stories give people and candidates energy out on the trail. She's seeing voters respond, and I think that is also a really big motivating factor in all of this too. But the vice president knows who she is. She's unenamored by anything except making sure that she is talking to voters and talking to them on her terms, not Donald Trump. We're not chasing Donald Trump. We're not trying to do anything or prove anything to anybody. We're talking to the American voters, and most importantly, she is talking to the American voters about who she is and the vision that she has for their future.
Yeah. You guys don't have the benefit of time, right? I think we're 80 days or something.
78.
78.
Who's counting?
Exactly. But even before that, voters will start voting in some of these early voting states pretty soon. how does that feel like a good thing for you guys, that there's less chance for this to go off the rails, right? Things seem to be going well. Or is it, if something does go off the rails, you have less chance to fix it?
Well, look, I don't think that I don't view it in that way. I view it as sort of, I don't view it in that way. I really do view it in regards of a strategic lens and thinking through, okay, if we know that this particular group of people will vote first or votes early, how do we get in front of them as quickly as possible? And so I think you see those things reflected in the type of strategy, reflected in where the vice president is going, the things that she's doing. Obviously, some states, as we've talked about, all the battleground states are incredibly important, but we know when early vote starts for some people, and so I think you're going to see heavy presence in that. We know when there's later early voting periods that start, and so if anything for us on the campaign, it is how do we look at this in a strategic level to make sure that we're accomplishing all the things that we need to accomplish to put the vice president in front of people before they can start voting and understanding those timeframes. But we don't really look at it as sort of making mistakes and having time to fix them. Our goal right now is to aggressively introduce and define the vice president to the American people, while at the same time drawing a contrast to Donald Trump and the differences in between them and their visions for this country, and that's what we're going to continue to do.
And try to make no mistakes is probably
obviously you never try to make any mistakes, regardless of who your candidate is.
One thing about that we've seen on the Republican side, and we've written about it in Playbook, a lot of folks have, is that Republicans and President Trump in general, specifically, have kind of struggled to figure out how to come at Vice President Harris. And what I found really interesting when he went on the NABJ stage and talked about her, whether she chose to be black or not, which she's black, so that's not true, but you guys didn't really engage in it. And I'm curious, it feels like a different strategy than even in 2016 when Trump would attack Hillary Clinton for being a woman. What's the strategy behind when he attacks her on who she is, being a black woman, brown woman, keeps talking about her looks? How are you guys? He said that I think he's prettier than her. How do you guys think about that, and why not engage on his terms on that?
Well, look, it goes back to what I said about not chasing Donald Trump and not being anything. The vice president knows who she is. We don't have to prove to anybody. She doesn't have to prove to anybody that she's more of X or Y than what anybody says. But the broader point of that is that if you're having that conversation, you're talking about what they want to talk about and not talking about what you want to talk about and your vision for the country. And so, again, the reason why Donald Trump and Republicans, extreme MAGA Republicans, do that is because they don't have any plans. They have no policy agenda other than Project 2025, which they're trying to run away from, and it's got their identity all over it. J.D. Vance literally wrote the foreword. So again, they have nothing to follow on, and so they fall back on trying to play identity politics, but we're going to continue to have the conversation that we want to have, and the vice president is going to continue to have the conversation that she wants to have with the American voters about what's at stake in this election and her vision for this country. And that's where our focus is.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about the policy. We haven't seen a ton of policy yet. Is that coming? Right, we're at week 4 of Harris being at the top of the ticket. She did the economic speech. We've seen some stuff about immigration. But I've talked to voters who, even on the website, right, there's not like a policy section at this point. Is that coming?
Well, look, I mean, first of all, I would say that we have rolled out some policies. She's rolled out her $25,000 for first-time homeowners, expanding the child tax credit, continuing to drive down the cost of prescription drugs, which you saw a little bit of, her and President Biden reveal that in Maryland. Recently, you've talked about going back to housing, building more affordable housing units, even on top of what President Biden has done. And so I think that she has rolled out policy, and I think any qualms with sort of what's on the website is just a matter of literally switching the top of it, taking it in a presidential campaign. But the vice president is there, and you're going to continue to see more policy proposals from her. But the important thing is that the vice president isn't just saying things to get votes. These policies are being developed based on her worldviews, her values, her vision set. And so it's really important to her that she gets it right. Not just say things that either you're not going to be able to accomplish or say things that you don't mean in order to chase votes. These policies really are important to the vice president, as our team is doing the due diligence under her leadership to make sure that we develop them in the vein of who she is, what she's hearing from voters out on the road, both her and Governor Walz, and the vision and the things that she wants to solve in this country.
Yeah. Some of the birdies told me for the campaign, you're handling a lot of the rural strategy, right?
Yep.
In the campaign for Warnock, something that you implemented is making sure that you guys run up the votes in places that Democrats don't typically go to, right?
Yep.
places like Western Pennsylvania, Eastern North Carolina, so that you don't just have to deal with those big cities.
Yep.
Talk a little bit about that, because that's not really something that Democrats typically think of.
Yeah, look, I think first of all, my justification for this is that it helps with the long-term trajectory for Democrats. Half of, my mom always says that half of life is just showing up.
Yeah.
But for Democrats, I think particularly in these rural counties and places like Beaver, rural counties in Georgia, you have to go, one, these people are first on the chopping block and the ones who will be hurt the most under policies like Project 2025 and Donald Trump and the extreme ag Republicans. And if Democrats aren't showing up to talk to them about them, to communicate and educate them, they never know that. And so they're susceptible to it. And I'm not saying that in one cycle or even two that we're going to go from losing in places that we were losing 90-10 to 50-50. But I am saying that if you show up in these places, you can cut these margins to 70-30, 85-15, and in the grand scheme of things, that pays dividends. And then looking at it not just being about the top of the ticket with Vice President Harris and Governor Walz, it has a lasting effect down ballot to help some of these races. You'd be surprised at how many down ballot races could be put in play when politicians like Kamala Harris, Governor Walz go to these places and talk to these voters and stand alongside Democrats who are in the trenches fighting on these dirt roads, walking these distances. It's not a high-rise building.
Right.
When you're talking about organizing in rural counties, you're talking about you got to get in a car and drive from A to B, not just go up an elevator floor. And so this is a big, big difference. And I think that if Democrats continue to do this, we will continue to see us making gains in these places where Democrats have not been competitive in the past. And I think that I like to say that we proved it for Raphael Warnock in Georgia, and so it's something that is near and dear to me specifically because I'm also from a rural community myself.
Right. A couple of states that I've talked about, North Carolina and Georgia, come to mind the most.
Yep.
When you talk to Democrats before, I don't know what to call it, pre-dropout and post-dropout, but before Biden dropped out, they weren't excited about Georgia or North Carolina. A lot of them had already written it off. North Carolina is also one of those states that every 4 years Democrats think they're going to win, but it hasn't happened since Obama. Why do those particular states feel different this time around to you? Or are they not different?
No, look, first of all, Georgia was one in 2020. We held on to it in 2022, and we had been making investments into both Georgia and North Carolina.
Yeah.
Obviously, we have to flip North Carolina. North Carolina voters have a lot at stake. They're voting for who's going to be their governor. And I think you see an extreme candidate in Mark Robinson that's saying very inflammatory things. And as a partner, your governor is very important. And so I think that we have to make sure that we're talking to those voters and they know that they're talking about who's going to run their state within the state and also who's going to be their president. And so that dynamic exists in North Carolina, and we're very bullish on it. We have to make investments there in order to put that state in play, and we have, which is why it is in play.
How big of a factor is Mark Robinson in North Carolina for you guys?
Look, I think that it's all in the same brand. This is Donald Trump's vision of politics. And these type of candidates like Mark Robinson emerge because of Donald Trump and the extremism. And so I think that is something that we're absolutely going to talk about. We're absolutely going to make sure that North Carolina voters know that these are two Republicans that are cut from the same MAGA cloth. That Donald Trump and Mark Robinson are exactly the same. And I think that they will see that. And so, our vision for making sure that we win North Carolina obviously involves that, right? Like, I don't think that there's going to be a large margin of super split ticket voters in North Carolina, right? Yeah. So we're going to communicate and talk to those voters that are in that state, but we have to do it. About a quarter, 1/4 of those voters, going back to the rural part, 1/4 of African-American voters in North Carolina live in rural communities. Mm-hmm. You have to go there to win that state. Yeah. You have to drive up those numbers. And the same for Georgia. And North Carolina and Georgia are both two states that have the highest registration of African-American voters, Georgia being number one at like 29-30%, North Carolina hovering right under like 26-27%. Yeah.
Today, what do you believe is the largest margin you guys can win by?
I don't like to make predictions. Look, for me, we have to win the Electoral College. We have to get
For
to
everybody,
270. We have to get to 270 electoral votes.
Yeah.
And our path to do that, we are very clear on what that pathway is. We're very clear on the investments that we're making to make sure that everything we do, from our candidates' time to the spending that we're doing on this campaign to the staff apparatus that we're building on the ground, is driving directly into that strategy to keep all those options open. And we're going to continue to reinvest, continue to make sure that we're reevaluating weekly even to make sure that we're on course to do that. And today we are. And so I'm not worried about margins when it comes to the popular vote. I'm worried about the Electoral College. And right now we're on a path with multiple pathways to get to 270. But obviously we want to build on the success of 2020 where we won 302 electoral votes. And so that is our aim.
Yeah. I'm going to get in trouble with my producer Parker because we're running out of time. I have one more question for you. When you're thinking about all of the things that you see and all of the information you're hearing and all the concerns you're hearing from Democrats and donors, what's the thing that keeps you up at night?
Look, first of all, I think that there are forces out there that want to stop people from being able to express their right to vote. And there is a phase of this campaign where, in all campaigns, where once it gets to the end, you have to turn all of this sort of knowledge and defining of your candidate and enthusiasm and energy into hardcore votes, whether it be early through the mail-in ballots, whether it be getting people to the mailboxes to get it and people getting those things. So there's a lot of logistics that go into that. But we do know that Republicans are already sort of setting the stage to try to overthrow an election or say something was unfair. They're fiddling with election systems. And
you guys just hired a huge legal team.
Yeah, we have a huge legal team that we've invested in that. We're partnering with local counsel on the ground, one, to sort of catch legislation before it becomes law so that we can fight it then rather than trying to duke it out in the courts later and asking judges for emergency junctions. But we have to fundamentally protect people's rights to vote and make sure that this election goes off smoothly on the process side. And so that's something that I'm keenly aware of. Our campaign's keenly aware of it. But we know that Republicans don't want people to express that right to vote. And so we're going to make sure, I was about to say fight like hell, but I'll leave that to Governor Whitmer. But we're going to make sure that we are doing everything possible to make sure that people can express their right to vote and that we win this election in November.
We're going to have to leave it there. I am going to toss it to my colleague, Bade, who's going to have a conversation with one of our sponsors. Immediately after that, big names, Governors Kathy Hochul, Roy Cooper, later Senators Bernie Sanders and Senate Democratic Leader Chuck Schumer. Thank you guys so much.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. This was fun.
Thank you.
That's great.
Thank you.
Please welcome Politico's Executive Vice President and General Manager of Media Business, Bade, and McDonald's Corporation's Executive Vice President and Global Chief Impact Officer, John Banner.
Hello, thank you everyone for joining us here at the Politico CNN Grill in the Windy City, really living up to its name today with this beautiful weather. I'm joined on stage here with John Banner, Executive Vice President and Chief Global Impact Officer at McDonald's. Hello, John.
Callie, thanks for having me.
And we're on your home turf here today.
Hometown, yep.
How does it feel to be here, see all this around you?
It's nice, Ray Kroc was the one who first set up the first restaurant and inevitably set up Chicago as our headquarters, and it's been history ever since.
Oh, that's great. Well, so John leads the company's efforts to effect purposeful change through the Ronald McDonald House Charities and its global impact team, which encompasses the company's sustainability communications and international corporate relations functions. So today we're going to talk about the state of small businesses in the U.S. and their role in powering the U.S. economy, the economic health of American consumers, long-term sustainability, resiliency goals, and a lot more. So John, let's get started with small businesses, which are an economic engine for the United States. Now, McDonald's and its impact is anything but small. But because of the franchise operation model that helps power local restaurants, 95% of the chain's 14,000 U.S. McDonald's restaurants are, yes, actually run by small business owners. So John, how does that model work? How does the franchise model empower local communities?
Yeah, McDonald's operates as a franchise brand, which means we have in the U.S. 2,000 independent small business owners running 95% of those 14,000 restaurants. And they collectively employ about 800,000 individuals. So it's a big responsibility, and as a franchisee, they get to partner, they get to go into business for themselves, but they get to partner with a big global brand and all the benefits that that provides. So I think it's a really good model that provides a number of benefits. First of all, the owner-operators know their communities better than anyone else. They invest in hiring and training and upskilling their workforce, and they invest in their local communities through philanthropic, through partnerships with high schools and school systems, because they know what their communities need best. We also happen to, when you look at what that extends to, all the people they employ, it's 1 in 8 Americans have worked at McDonald's at some point in their career. And I think it shows about how we have world-class training and upskilling operations that those 1 in 8 people actually benefit from their relationships with the owner-operators to have successful, actually skill-building time, whether they're a short-term employee or they decide to spend their career at McDonald's.
So according to census data, less than 1/5 of U.S. small business owners are from diverse backgrounds. But a higher proportion, 1/3 of McDonald's franchise owners come from diverse backgrounds. And I understand that McDonald's is committed to growing that number. So what is McDonald's doing to help empower future owners that may face socioeconomic barriers?
Yeah, we have a long history of investing in small businesses from business owners from all different backgrounds. In fact, the first African-American franchisee restaurant was right here in Chicago. Mr. Herman Petty was the first black franchisee owner, operator for McDonald's. But we basically, and we've set up some different initiatives to help ensure that those people who have socioeconomic challenges can actually take part in our franchise system. So since 2021, we've invested or committed $250 million over the next 5 years to ensure that people who come from socioeconomic challenges can actually set up restaurants and live the American dream. I would say the other thing we're focused on is we believe that there's a strong connection between crew and eventually franchise ownership. That pipeline is incredibly strong in the U.S., where 1 in 5 of our franchisees in the U.S. started off as a crew member in a McDonald's restaurant. So there's a lot we're doing to try to empower people from all different backgrounds. That includes a big effort to help upskill and help youth find great employment. Since 2018, more than 2 million youth have been assisted by our program. Many of those people have been hired into McDonald's or have gotten jobs somewhere else. So we're really, one of our values is inclusivity, and obviously that means we open our doors to everyone in terms of our customers, but it's also about the people who work in our restaurants and the people who own our restaurants.
The franchise model has been a key piece of success for small business owners and for local communities, but there are some that might say that policymakers have lost sight of the model's importance at the local, state, and federal level. Where do you think that misunderstanding comes from? Why is it critical to protect franchises and this particular business model?
Yeah, I would think some of the proof points and things I've just said play to that, but I think indeed the franchise model as a whole, not just for McDonald's, but more broadly than McDonald's, has been under attack by different parts of state and local and federal governments this year. And I think what they fail to understand is the connection between their own main streets and the brand or the franchise businesses. And what I mean by that is our brand is not only helping to support the local franchisees and they're supporting their communities, but also the work we do with our suppliers. A lot of them are from diverse backgrounds. As I said, we have suppliers who are supplying all of our restaurants who are generating additional jobs in those communities, and the franchisees are the ones who are paying the bill. So they're actually paying a lot of the money to the suppliers to actually support the suppliers' business. So there's an economic multiplier for every McDonald's in every community in terms of the impact that they have both on their community directly and on the outer, sort of beyond their community in the suppliers in neighboring communities or in their state. So I think the difference is that there seems to be a misunderstanding of what value a franchise business model provides to local, state, and national economies. And I think when you look at the scale of our individually owned franchise businesses, the impact is tremendous. And I think they don't quite understand the connection between what our business provides and what our franchisees provide to their local communities versus looking at the big sort of national or international brand.
Let's shift gears for just a moment and talk about sustainability. So as the leader of McDonald's Global Impact Team, you're working to achieve climate and circularity goals across the McDonald's system and down the supply chain. What initiatives are you focused on right now? What are the long-term impacts of the goals that you're setting?
Yeah, I would take a step back just to say that when you look at our menu, in essence, our menu depends on a healthy planet, whether that's the potatoes that we grow for our fries, or suppliers, the beef that comes in our hamburgers, or any part of the menu really comes from agriculture. So as you've seen the threatening sort of warming of the earth and also more severe and more frequent severe weather, I think you have a potential where we need to do our part to try to mitigate those outcomes. And so whether we're one of the first global restaurant brand to set a net zero target for 2050, we've worked to revise our targets for 2030. I think what we have to do, as most big multinationals companies have to do, is look to decouple their growth from their climate and their greenhouse gas emissions. And that decoupling is something that gets increasingly difficult to do as the use of electricity gets more challenged from AI models using more electricity. But that's what we're focused on, is how do we try to really look at those as two different targets, right? We want to grow our business, but we also don't want to increase our greenhouse gas emissions. And I think we actually are publishing our yearly purpose and impact report later this month. And I think you'll see whether we're managing to decouple our business growth from our greenhouse gas emissions.
So as Americans head to the polls in November, the economy is going to be on just about everyone's mind. So understanding that McDonald's has always been known for affordability, talk a little bit about what types of pressures your franchisees and suppliers are experiencing in the wake of today's heightened economic concerns.
Yeah, I go back to sort of the very first days of the business when they talked about QSC&V, which was quality, service, cleanliness, and value, which has always been really core to who we are as a brand. And I think people have to know that our franchisees, our suppliers, and the company are solely committed to providing affordable, valuable meals at every day part. I think what we've seen over the past 5 years is a tremendous increase in the cost of doing business. Our food and paper and labor costs have gone up about 40% over the past 5 years. And similarly, in order to try to contain costs and have our restaurants continue to operate, our prices have gone up roughly 40%. I think you've seen some social media posts of sort of high prices in one particular location. Those are the exception, not the rule. I think where you've seen that the majority, almost all of the franchisees are working hard to ensure that our prices are affordable and that people can find that affordable meal. I think as we've been listening to consumers more recently, this summer we started a $5 meal program, and that will continue through the summer. And I think it's the beginning of a stronger effort to ensure that we're able to provide value to people no matter when they want the brand or when they want our food, and obviously to try to, as inflation is coming down, hopefully that creates some relief.
So it's wild to think that we're just 75 days out from the election. We're here at the DNC. Everyone's thinking about 2025 and beyond after the election. And as we've discussed, McDonald's has a large, unique footprint across communities and small businesses in the U.S. So to close us out, John, what should be top of mind for policymakers to help small businesses and local communities flourish?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, I think two or three things. One, clearly the franchise model has to be protected and enhanced. I mean, small business owners by the way we've set up the franchise system and other franchise businesses as well, that we're able to create enormous generational wealth for our owner-operators. And if we start to see basically challenges to the franchise model, that limits our ability and the ability for franchise owners to create that generational wealth. So one, first of all, protect the franchise business model and ensure that it can continue to thrive going forward. The second thing is, a lot of businesses will face a tax cliff next year. All the taxes that were instituted in the last administration basically expire next year. This is especially sort of impactful for small businesses, including all of our owner-operators. And I think it's important that as conversations over the tax code next year, that we keep in mind how powerful the small business owners, both the McDonald's in your community, but also all the other small businesses, are the engine that drives the economy and drives employment. And if we don't do enough to protect those tax breaks for small businesses, it will eat into future investment plans and future hiring. And I think that's something that's top of mind as well. So I think those two things would be our primary sort of, if we had a wish list for the next administration of what they would listen to and hopefully take to heart.
That's great. John, that's unfortunately all the time we have today, so we're going to have to leave it there. But thank you for being with us. Thank you for hosting us in your hometown as well, and for sharing your unique vantage point on these critical issues.
Can I have one personal moment? If you don't get a chance, go to the Global McDonald's in our headquarters in the basement while you're here, the lobby of our building. It's the only menu in the country where you can get a selection of items from around the world. And it changes every quarter. And of course, that business also happens to be franchised. So pay a visit. It's on Randolph, the big street going down towards middle of town.
I can confirm it's good, having eaten there as well. So a big thank you,
Callie.
Of course, a big thank you to McDonald's for your partnership today. This event would not have been possible without you. And to those of you here in the room, please stick around, because up next is Governor Hochul. Thank you so much.
Please welcome Politico's political reporter and New York Playbook co-author, Emily Ngo, and New York Governor, Kathy Hochul.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here with us today at Politico, at the CNN-POLITICO Grill, Chicago, for the Democratic National Convention. We have Governor Kathy Hochul. She is the 57th governor of New York State, but incidentally, only the first woman ever elected to that position. She has a history that you wouldn't believe, including having served in local office and in Congress as well. Now, New York isn't critical to the race for president or even the race for Senate and leadership there, but it is crucial to who controls the House next year, and you have a lot to do with that. We have a lot to talk about, so let's get right to it. We do have President Joe Biden keynoting tonight on the stage at the United Center there at the convention. You are one of his staunchest supporters, a very vocal advocate and surrogate for him. You were with him till the end, ride or die. Mm-hmm. Can you tell me on that fateful Sunday how you learned the news that he was leaving the top of the ticket, who told you, and honestly how you felt, whether it was disappointment or relief? Go ahead.
Well, I'll tell you this, and thank you for having me here today, Emily. I was in a remote part of the state of New York. A lot of people think it's all Manhattan, but I was up in the North Country speaking to labor unions, and there's not a lot of cell service. So I missed two important phone calls that day. One was from President Biden, and one was from Kamala Harris. So I got lovely voicemails from everybody, but I was really sad I couldn't pick up the phone at that critical point in both their lives. And it was a confluence of two emotions. You know, one is such a depth of appreciation for someone like Joe Biden, what he did in 3.5 years, other presidents, it would take at least 2 terms to accomplish. I mean, he really packed in so many significant accomplishments. So I'm grateful for his friendship. We've always been close. He helped me in my election. He went to school at Syracuse University for law school. I went undergrad. He met his first wife in Syracuse. So when we were up there talking about Micron, he went and met her family. So we've had a good connection. And just both of us coming from blue collar roots and appreciating union workers, and we're both Irish, we became very close. But when I heard it was going to be Kamala Harris, I also knew that there was this little opening, right? It wasn't cemented for her immediately. And I wanted her to know that I would have her back, even when others might have been looking around, is there an opening, what's gonna happen? Because the same thing happened to me. I was number 2, all of a sudden number 1, and that's when everybody the sharks start coming out, right? Let's see if we smell some blood here. And I made sure I did the same thing that Kamala Harris did. You lean into it, this is yours. You've learned the job, you've been there ready to step up, and I was so impressed with how everybody galvanized around her, and she demanded it, she deserved it, and she got it. So emotions were just roller coaster, but my gosh, we're in a wonderful place, and the energy here is just off the charts, off the charts.
In that gap you're talking about where Kamala Harris wasn't quite the presumptive nominee yet, what happened in that space? Did you have regrets about being so staunchly behind Biden? I mean, your Lieutenant Governor, Antonio Delgado, actually was a part of the chorus that said that he should step down, that it was his time to go.
No, I said it was up to Joe Biden when he wanted to do it. Once he decided to do it, we move on to Kamala. I mean, that was not difficult for me. So what I also saw was there's an opportunity for New York Democrats to step up in the breach there. When others were thinking about, who might, others, we'll never really know what people were thinking, but it wasn't clear from the very first second that it was going to be her. So I pulled together, I did a Zoom call with all the New York State delegates. I said, this is who we want, we support her. And within a day, we were able to deliver the New York State delegation in support of her. As others were starting to line up, everybody started following suit. And certainly President Biden's support for her was instrumental. So it was kind of a wave of activity over a very intense, compacted time frame. And here we are.
What do you believe will be President Biden's legacy?
There's so much. If I had to look at it from New York State, he brought us back from the pandemic. We were the epicenter of the pandemic. We had a president who failed to properly even acknowledge the severity of it. I mean, he was out there blaming China and doing all sorts of crazy things, not understand that there were literally people dying in the streets of New York. Didn't seem to care at all. I was just at Elmhurst Hospital. That was ground zero. That was where you saw the body bags being stacked up outside the hospital. There literally last week. He did not have a clue as what was happening in this country. Joe Biden took care of the pandemic, gave us the leadership we needed, but also New York State, the infrastructure projects. What he has done with the Gateway Tunnel, other projects that he's helping us fund, the 2nd Avenue subway, we're working on Penn Station. We're doing so much, and he got them all started. They have been jammed up because Donald Trump was never going to help New York State. Never, never, never. And the other issue is his CHIPS and Science Act, that is transforming our state forever.
Right.
Unbelievable what's happening with Micron and the fact that there'll be 50,000 jobs in upstate New York in Syracuse. So that's a story that never, ever would have happened but for Joe Biden being president and putting a top priority on leading us into the innovation phase of semiconductors, weaning us from the reliance on foreign-made chips that shut us down when we couldn't get them through our ports just a couple years ago. So making it in America is great. Making it in New York is even better.
You brought up Micron in Syracuse. You brought up Syracuse University earlier, so I'll just take a beat and say that I went there as well. So I am an alumna of Syracuse University as well. If President Biden's legacy includes infrastructure, what would it look like in terms of federal funding for infrastructure for mass transit for New York under a Donald Trump presidency?
You had to say that. I was having such a nice time. I can't fathom this. I really can't, because the Gateway Tunnel, for example, something that has to happen. I mean, you cannot shut down this lifeline for the northeastern corridor, and it was damaged during Superstorm Sandy back in 2012 when I was in Congress. And there was no money coming at the time. If you recall, that's when Republicans said no money for states like New York unless there's an offset in the budget. So that's what happens when Republicans are in charge. They don't go help you. There's a price that's extracted. So the Gateway Tunnel is years behind. You had Chris Christie say no. My predecessor didn't make it happen. He had a hostile president with Donald Trump. So we finally, everything lined up. The stars lined up for that. So will they line up again with the Trump president? I wouldn't hold my breath.
And the reason I ask about that is there is a scheme in New York State. It's very crucial to New Yorkers at large, but also House races up and down the ballot impacts, and that's congestion pricing, which is charging drivers who enter Manhattan $5. You've placed it on an indefinite pause. I wonder what that would look like under a Harris presidency, under a Trump presidency.
That was going to be a $15 charge for New Yorkers coming into Manhattan. We put it on a pause because, in my opinion, we have to look out for everyday New Yorkers. $15 was too much at that time. So we are in a temporary pause. We've also said my commitment is to continue all the funding for infrastructure projects, including commitments from the White House that the 2nd Avenue subway, for example, will continue. So I feel confident that they will. But when you mentioned those House races, that is what I wake up thinking about, and the last thing I think about at night when I go to bed is how we're going to win back the House of Representatives. I mentioned this morning in my remarks to the New York delegation, we're very certain that we will go for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz for president. So other battleground states, we're supporting them. We want them to be successful. We know that's where that game is. But the House of Representatives is so instrumental to the success of President Harris that you don't have one of the houses in Congress that's dead set on stopping everything you try to do. That's how it was with President Obama when he had John Boehner in the House of Representatives in Republican hands, and that's when I was in Congress. We wasted time, 43 times they told us to vote on whether or not we should repeal the Affordable Care Act. My Republican district wanted me to repeal it. I refused, and that's why I'm a former member of Congress, but I'm okay with that right now. But that's the kind of thing, they just play games. There's nothing meaningful that happened during that entire time. President Obama could only get the Affordable Care Act in when Democrats were in charge of the House. So see the difference? I know we have to take back the House, and the path goes right through New York.
I'm curious to know when the pause on congestion pricing will end. Will it be after the elections then, after these crucial elections?
It's not related to elections. It's not related to elections. We're studying other options. We're looking at what has happened. Even a place like London, where they held up as the example of congestion pricing, they started at £5 and they worked their way up to the higher number over time. So I'm looking at all the options that we have on the table.
So you want to make adjustments before you settle on a date?
We will be announcing this by the end of the year because the legislature has to act on it. So there's more likely that it'll be announced at the end of the year, early next year, as we get the legislature on board. But I'm working with our leaders right now.
So these House races, we're talking about 6 battlegrounds in New York State that could well determine the path to whether Hakeem Jeffries or Mike Johnson is Speaker next year. When you ran for Congress, you didn't necessarily have help from the state party that a candidate might now. Can you tell me a little bit about the coordinated campaign, a little bit of what state Democrats are doing? And forgive me if I say that this is something I would hope that Democrats would have been doing all along.
Yes, well said. And they weren't, because the New York State Democratic Party was basically an appendage of the governor's campaign and was only really activated every 4 years when the governor needed it. I saw how detrimental that was when I was in local government. I've been an elected official for 30 years this year. Town council, county races, then Congress, then lieutenant governor. If we had had a really active, engaged party, we might not have ever had to be in this position where the local county committees are on their own. I mean, they're struggling. We have so many counties in New York that are not Democratic majority at all. I mean, there's some deep mega areas and a lot of Republican areas as well. I wanted to make sure, after I got zero help from the state party back when I needed it, as a candidate that eventually won and changed the narrative about Democrats having to lose. This was right after the Tea Party ascended to power. And they didn't want to engage because if I lost, it would look like Democrats are continuing their slide downward. So I was pretty much ignored until I started going up in the polls and had a chance to win. And I went from definitely Republican seat to leaning Republican to toss up to I won it. And it was a short election. It was a special election. So I realized that I had the power now as governor to really reshape the state party. I raised into it nonstop. I started last year. I said 2024 is too late to start building the infrastructure. We started last year giving money to county committees, helping them with little races for town board and winning DA's races in Republican areas that we never would have. These county chairs are so grateful. They have a governor who's lived their experience, knows what it's like to be a Democrat in Republican territory and how hard it is to recruit volunteers. So we're funding them. We're giving them the organization they need. And we have over 100 volunteers hired by us through the coordinated campaign that we're doing with Hakeem Jeffries and Kirsten Gillibrand. We're great partners in this. 35 field offices. I was just with John Avalon in District 1 and Laura Gillen and Pat Riley talked. We are putting boots on the ground and venues that they never had before. What that allows the candidates to do, use the money to go on the airwaves. I pick up those local costs. They don't have to worry about it. So this is the power of the state Democratic Party that I've known was there. It was never utilized, and I've turned it around just in the last year and a half.
Is this New York Democrats' way of pushing back at some of the districts and corners of the state that are purple, reddening? Politico has done some reporting, my colleagues on New York Playbook, about how in a couple years' time, New York could be a battleground, not the blue state that it is now.
There's a lot of changing dynamics. Long Island, it goes back and forth. I mean, you think about Al D'Amato, had this powerhouse when he was senator, or where he came from as supervisor. There's some very large organizations, very large active Republican organizations throughout Long Island and the Hudson Valley. So we ignore them at our own peril. Just assuming that there'll be enough Democrats in New York City to offset anything Republicans do is
Don't
naive.
take it for granted.
Do never take it for granted. Always run like an underdog. And that's what I've always done. So I say this, half the votes come from New York City, the other half come from outside New York City. We better be paying a lot of attention to those areas, letting them know who Democrats are, what we stand for, that the majority of Democrats in the state of New York are right up the middle, centrist ideas, progressive hearts, but fiscally more conservative. That's who Democrats in the majority of New York State are. We have to speak to those voters and bring them back. We've not walked from them. We have not walked away from them. We need to persuade them that we still fight for them. Fight for our farmers, fight for our children, fight for our education programs, fight for everything that has always been associated with Democrats, but has been taken away by narratives that the Republicans have constructed that we're the extremists. No, we're the ones with good hearts. We take care of people. We give people a lift up, a hand up when they need it. And we have to get back the independence as well.
Right.
This year is that opportunity. When they see the candidates we have running for Congress, all thoughtful, smart, experienced people, and the money behind them, that's how we're going to start pulling people over, as well as, I would say, suburban women, Republican women. We'll get them back on reproductive freedoms, because this is no longer a threat that these rights could be gone, like people were saying in 2016. Those rights are gone for 1 out of 3 American women. Our country's in peril when it comes to providing reproductive health for women. And we're sitting in New York feeling comfortable because we have a governor that is going to go to the mat to protect those rights. But anything can happen.
Yeah.
And they need to never take that for granted either.
No, let's talk about Kamala Harris, the vice president and the nominee for president of your party. This is your party getting another shot at getting the first woman president elected. I see a lot of parallels between her ascent and yours, especially this notion that you came to power because your predecessor, a male, fell from grace. It's a different situation with Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, but she ascended because a man vacated his spot, so to speak. Is that the only way that women can get to where someone like you are, or do we need to build a better base? What does it take?
I don't think it's the only way, because Hillary Clinton is also the example. She was an established senator from the state of New York. She was a hard-working senator who earned her reputation as a real workhorse. Then she became the Secretary of State, global experience. So I don't think anyone could question her credentials in her own right. And she was our nominee back in 2016. She won the primaries. She got there fair and square. So I just want to point out that Kamala Harris got there a certain way. I got there a certain way. But there are other great examples of strong people like Hillary Clinton who were able to break down the challenges. Now, after Kamala Harris is elected and likely reelected, I want children born today, or my little 2-year-old granddaughter, to go through life thinking, gee, do you think we'll ever have a man president? Let's turn this around. Let's turn this around. And so we can do that. This is going to create a narrative that it's normalized now, that we're finally catching up with India and Ireland and England and all the countless countries around the world, Australia. It's depressing to think about it. But she is the breakthrough person who can let people know a woman can win, can be successful. It'll bring out a lot more women who want to run for office, because it is a tough business. It's tough. But that's not an excuse.
Right.
Women are tough anyhow. We deal with everything that's thrown at us in life, and the extra challenges of having that little more scrutiny that women get in all positions, but particularly in politics. We break through that. We can show it's not that hard, because if we don't step up and represent other women and speak for them, then who will? Who will?
What challenges do you see ahead for Harris, regardless of gender? She is stuck in a place now where the vibes are there. Everyone in the Democratic Party is feeling really good, and there's a politics of joy about it, and enthusiasm, cautious optimism. But she hasn't detailed a lot of her platform. She's kept it vague. Maybe she doesn't have to. It's just that reporters and the press want her to. Is this going to be a problem for her when she starts to do interviews, when she does the debates?
This is a binary choice. Hold up Kamala Harris to Donald Trump. Is he being criticized because he hasn't put forth an actual policy on anything that's going to work? I mean, so let's be fair. Let's not say, well, we're going to make her have to have, a 500-point plan on the economy, and she better know every part of it for the next interview. Oh, over here, Donald Trump can do whatever he wants because he's kind of crazy anyhow. Let's make sure that the coverage of her and him are fair. That's my first request, because, this whole idea of substantial equivalency, that if the press criticizes Donald Trump on something, they have to find something just as bad to elevate to the same level for Kamala. Let's not go there. Let's not do that. Let's be honest in our assessment. Donald Trump is not an unknown commodity. Is not someone that we're going to find out is willing to instigate an insurrection, for example, or is willing to stack the Supreme Court in such a way that literally the rights that my mother fought for, that I took for granted, that my daughter who's with me no longer has, the right to an abortion in many of our states. We don't have to wonder if that'll happen under Donald Trump. It already happened. This is like part 2. This is the Trump travesty part 2. We've seen part 1. So I think what I'm asking for is fair analysis of her the way Donald Trump is being analyzed.
Right.
And I'm looking to see that, because that is something it's the responsibility of journalism. I believe in mainstream media, the sources of information that are credible. Check the facts and everything that
You don't think they're being fairly covered now?
No, I just want to make sure that you ask what the threats are. My concern is that people get their information about Kamala Harris from other sources.
Okay.
I grew up, you learned journalism at Syracuse. The way we're taught is that you check sources, you make sure you have there's a protocol to continue to protect the integrity of journalism. I'm old enough to remember watching Walter Cronkite, and I trusted everything that came out of his mouth. My worry is that people are getting their news from TikTok and YouTube, and this is what scares me, that they'll create a caricature, some messaging, or even AI, deep fakes, How are people supposed to know if it's a deep fake image of Kamala Harris or is it real? Literally in the state of New York, we're having literacy training, media literacy training in our schools. I want to start this so our students can determine fact from fiction when they're digesting various news sources, because they're not all getting it from legitimate sources. And that's a real concern of mine. So that could be something that takes hold in a campaign like this, that we have to, that legitimate press has to be watching for and help people understand what the truth is. That's the only thing, because she's got the right message, she's the right person, she's got the right energy at this time, she picked the right lieutenant or the vice president. Everything is, the momentum is going there. It's August. In one sense, it's a sprint, not a marathon, which is great. But we also saw what happened. We've seen other elections where things happen in October.
Right. Let me ask it this way, and it's interesting that you bring up social media and TikTok and such, because I find that is where she is getting a lot of her support and generating this enthusiasm, this organic movement by young people in the party who are excited about her. But in coming months, what issue would you like to hear more from her about?
Just talk about families, just talk about the struggles that people are going through right now. They didn't ask for the pandemic. They didn't ask for inflation to eat away at their wages. They're just still trying to get their heads above water. Just go talk about that. Donald Trump can't touch that topic. He has no clue what it's like to worry about childcare, paying the bills and the groceries. He's so out of touch. Let that be a contrast, because people are looking for someone who's like, she understands me. She gets me. She's not this faraway person. And they're going to say she's this, West Coast lefty liberal, all this. Like, give me a break. She was a prosecutor. She was a district attorney. She chose to go into a profession where she could use her talents and her intellect and her education to stop people from harming others. She went into that by design. That is a tough, tough business. And to be steeled the way you must be to be a district attorney of a major city is something that people ought to understand. She's out there fighting for people to protect them, protect their homes, their families, their businesses, protect lives. Let's lean into that story as well. I think that's powerful, because parents and family, they're hardwired to protect their kids. This is why I talk about public safety every week. There's something I'm doing on public safety, because that's my #1 job, is to protect the safety of New Yorkers. She should lean into that experience as well, be my humble advice. But just talk about how you're there to protect families. You're there to protect their income, protect their wages, protect their workplace, protect their homes, protect their streets, protect their ability to take care of their kids. Let's lean into that. I think that's something that could be be inspiring for voters.
I got you. In the time that we have left, let's talk about someone that you served in Congress with. And actually, the region you're from, Buffalo, is actually as close to Midwest as it is to New York City, and that's Tim Walz. Will you tell us something we may not know about him? This is someone who cannot be caricatured as a West Coast liberal or a coastal elite at all, because he is the different thing.
I don't have any inside secrets about Tim Walz, but we were on the same floor, the 7th floor of the Longworth building. Now, he was one of the survivors. What I mean by that is, this seemed to be the floor where everybody who was kind of vulnerable was put. I just saw Russ Carnahan on the street. He was on the floor with me. He lost his seat in Missouri. Alan West lost, but that's fine. There's a handful of. It's funny that I lost my seat. A handful of us in there in that whole area lost, and he was one of the. We call him our survivor, and I stayed in touch with him over the years. He just, what you see is what you get. On the floor of the House, he was friendly, slapped you on the back, sit down next to you. How is it going? He's so genuine, and that's what America needs right now. They're tired of just all the fake politicians that are out there, and people like Donald Trump. I mean, come on, we don't know who we're going to get on any day of the week. Are we going to get someone who's, anyway, I'm not going there. I have too much to say about Donald Trump.
We'll hear more about that tonight.
I got my list. I got my list.
Remarks,
but he's a good
front and center.
He's a good, genuine person, and that's a connection that people are seeing and relating to, and young people in all ages are saying, you know what, he's a regular guy. He doesn't think he's better than the rest of us. And I think that's a little bit of the Midwestern sentimentality. Like, we're just, you come from Buffalo, like, you don't think you're better than anybody else. We're all here. We're all fighting it. We're all struggling. You know, you start out, you know, my parents lived in a trailer park. We used to buy our clothes at used clothing stores. But you know what? This country's great.
Right.
Look at the opportunities I have. Tim Walz and Kamala Harris have great stories to tell as well. And then I got this reacquainted with Tim again as governors. And he's the head of our Democratic Governor Association, so I see him all the time. And he really is the happy warrior in the legacy of Hubert Humphrey and Al Smith from New York.
Right. On that note, we look forward to hearing your remarks tonight, and we'll be listening, and we thank you very much for joining us
All
here
right. Thank you,
today,
everybody. Appreciate it.
Governor Kathy Hochul of New York.
Hello, my name is Kevin Barron. I'm the editorial director for Political Live. Just a programming note, we ask you to come back to join us at 5:30 for the remainder of our programming with Governor Roy Cooper from North Carolina, Bernie Sanders, Senator Sanders from Vermont, and Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. That's at 5:30 Central Time. If you're watching online, thank you very much.
Please take your seat. The program will be starting soon.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, and welcome to those watching online on our live stream. We are back with three great conversations for the rest of the evening. We have Governor Cooper backstage ready to go with Ryan Lizza, going right into Senator Bernie Sanders, and then followed at the end of the night with Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. So we're looking forward to it all, and come back tomorrow also, and the next day, and the next day, 4 days of programming for you. So without further ado, we'll bring out Governor Cooper and Ryan Lizza. Thank you.
Please welcome Politico's senior Washington correspondent and Playbook co-author, Ryan Lizza, and North Carolina Governor, Roy Cooper.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Nice to have you here again, Governor Cooper. We had a similar conversation a few weeks ago.
Yep.
Where I tortured him with going through the entire timeline of the events of Biden dropping out. I'm not going to do that again. But
that's yesterday's news anyway, right, Ryan?
Well, it's still pretty important history.
Right.
And yeah, while we're talking about it, let's talk about it quickly. Have you talked to the president since then?
I have not.
You have not?
Okay.
Yeah. All right, let's start with another important question that has come up a lot in the last 2 weeks. Tell us about the flurry of activity around you being the Tim Walz of this week, and why it didn't happen. Why you took yourself out of contention?
Well, look, that's also yesterday's news. But
yeah, but people are interested. Not everyone knows. Yeah.
But I just knew Tim Walz was out there. I am so excited about Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. I've known Tim for a while now. He served as chair of the DGA this past year. I served as 2022 when he ran. He is a smart, dedicated leader, straightforward guy. Everybody likes to be around him. I think he's really ignited a lot of interest just himself, but that team, to see them together, to see them having fun,
yeah,
that's really exciting right now. And I think this is the perfect team to take on Donald Trump and J.D. Vance.
All right, let's talk a little policy and a little politics. What do you want to start with first?
Whatever you want.
All right, let's start with North Carolina politics.
All right. I figured you'd go there.
Yeah, you know, this audience likes that a little bit.
Yeah.
We were talking backstage about some of the down-ballot races in North Carolina that are going to make things interesting in the fall for the top of the ticket. I don't think everyone knows that local dynamic, and I want to talk generally about North Carolina and Harris-Walz's chances there. I know you're very bullish on that. But tell us what's going on the ground with this undercard situation and how it might affect the race.
It's hard not to talk about it together, because people are very excited about Kamala Harris. And I believe there's going to be a top-down effect on the other important races that are going on right now. We have the most important governor's race in the country. My term will be ending at the end this year.
Why is it the most important?
Well, it's the biggest state, and it's a swing state, and DGA will tell you that this is their most important race. RGA will tell you the same thing. We're a fast-growing state. We're the 9th, 8th largest state now. We'll probably be the 7th largest state in 2030. A lot going on in North Carolina. But when you look at that race, along with down-ballot races and the importance of breaking the legislative supermajority, there's a lot going on at the statewide level. And we have the most extreme right-wing Republican nominees. I'll compare our list to anybody in the state. Mark Robinson running for governor, who says that men should lead, not women, that women aren't responsible enough to keep their skirts down, and that's why they have abortions, called LGBTQ community filth. Things that he has said have been so awful. You also have an attorney general's race. We have Jeff Jackson, the Democratic nominee. Dan Bishop is part of the Marjorie Taylor Greene cabal in Congress, who's been such an obstructionist. He's also the author of the infamous bathroom bill in North Carolina when he was a state legislator, and of course is an election denier. And then the race has caught a lot of people's attention because it usually doesn't catch people's attention, but we elect the head of our public schools, the superintendent of public instruction, and we have a right-wing conspiracy theorist who has been nominated by the Republicans. She homeschools all of her children, took them to the January 6th rally, the day that the Capitol was stormed. She has advocated for parents to take their children out of public schools, believes they are social and socialist indoctrination centers, has called for the public execution of Barack Obama, Joe Biden, yours truly, believes teachers should have guns in the classroom. You know, you can't do public education well if you don't believe in public education, and clearly she doesn't. So these races, I think, are going to generate a lot of interest in and of themselves. I think there's going to be a rising up that will end up helping Vice President Harris in this race from some people who may not have gone to the polls even in a presidential year, because these races are so important and so specific. Particularly parents groups are banding together over the school issue. So there'll be a lot going on in North Carolina, which of course was the Biden-Harris closest loss in 2020, only 1.3%. Polls are looking better, third fastest growing state. A lot of new technology, life sciences, people moving into North Carolina. Very exciting time for Democrats now.
All right, let's talk about the coalition that Harris needs to build in North Carolina. What does it look like, and how is it different as we switched candidates here from Biden to Harris? I
think one of the most important demographics that she can hit is young people. I believe that if she
Biden was struggling with young people in North Carolina?
Yeah, well, I think across the country,
yeah.
You know, I've talked to so many committed young people who care deeply about climate change, who want to fight discrimination, want reasonable efforts to make sure that we keep people safe from gun violence, who believe in public education, who want to fight for women's reproductive freedom, but oftentimes it doesn't translate into actually voting because maybe they're transient. Do I register at college? Do I register at home? What's going on right now is a concerted effort by young people to make them recognize, to translate all this passion on these issues to the ballot box, because there's never been a more stark choice than they have right now. So I think that is going to be important for her. She needs to make sure that we turn out the strong urban vote in blue counties that we have right now. I think she is really speaking to people with her economic plan. I know we're going to talk policy in a minute, but I think that appeal to urban and rural voters with understanding that even though we have low unemployment and a high stock market and record job growth and inflation cooling, that a lot of everyday people are struggling with paying for groceries, with child care, and feel like the more they work, the further behind they get. She is speaking to those people right now with the plans that she wants to put in place. So I think that that's going to matter significantly as well in this race. North Carolina is one of those purple states that is always right there. I have a 2008 feeling about North Carolina, and we know what that means because that's the last time North Carolina voted for a Democratic presidential candidate in Barack Obama. We came very close in 2012. President Obama and I had a conversation about that.
They kind of gave up at the end. They couldn't.
That's right.
Remind people what happened.
Ohio, the state that's not first in flight.
Like David Plouffe, who's now advising the Harris campaign,
That's right.
he's talked about it as a wrenching decision at the end when they had that had to decide what to do with those resources?
President Obama believes he could have won. He could have won North Carolina, but for that. But in any event, we know that
for
them making the decision to put more resources in Ohio versus North Carolina back then.
Yeah.
But I think that everything is coming together to turn North Carolina blue this time. A lot of excitement. I haven't felt this much excitement since that 2008 race.
You talked about young voters. There's some protesters not too far from here protesting the Biden administration's support for Netanyahu and generally the war in Gaza. How is that issue resonating with young voters in North Carolina? Is that something that Harris and Walz need to address forthrightly when they visit North Carolina, when they're talking to young voters? Or is it not as big a deal in your state?
It's a big deal.
It is. You have big college campuses?
Well, the loss of life is tragic. We know that these terrorist attacks initiated by Hamas against peaceful communities, and then we've seen so many innocent lives lost in the response. I think that what's happening is Biden-Harris is working very hard toward a peace deal here. I think we have to keep working on that. Politically, I don't know how it's going to affect. I think it's important to note that you don't want somebody who cozies up to dictators like Donald Trump making decisions about Iran, making decisions here that we know likely will not be in the best interest of our country.
The coalition in North Carolina, for years, Democrats talked about the Obama coalition, and that's what led in 2008 to North Carolina going Democratic in a presidential election. That coalition is different now in North Carolina, isn't it? And I wonder if you could explain some of the nuances of how it's changed. What does that coalition look like versus the last time Democrats won?
I think that there are so many more unaffiliated voters now. I think there's a lot of frustration with partisan politics.
Yeah.
People want problem solvers. And if we can get this message out about the fact that the Biden-Harris administration worked with a broken Congress to make generational investments in infrastructure, lowering pharmaceutical prices, making some progress on the fight against gun violence, and they worked with Republicans as much as they could. I think that's what people are yearning for, and I think Vice President Harris can show that she has a track record doing that. And when you look at her experience in the U.S. Senate, and when you look at Tim Walz's experience in the U.S. House, I think they're going to go to work to try and pass some of this groundbreaking legislation, build on what's already been done, but she's also making her own way with positive economic ideas, I think, that are going to affect the middle class, help working families. I mean, she has spent her career looking out for working families. Donald Trump has spent his career trying to rip them off. And that's essentially what we need to make sure that people understand here, that it is a stark, important decision that they're going to be making here with this vote.
From your vantage point as governor, looking at North Carolina as the Democrats went from Biden to Harris, what did you see locally in terms of the change? And what was the magnitude of it?
So I think everybody appreciated the president's decision, his patriotism, his courage. I've said many times that he had a couple of things. He has so many amazing character traits. One of them is always try to do the right thing, and then another thing is always try to fight through adversity. And 99+% of the time, they coincide. This time, I think he made the right decision that this time we don't need to fight through adversity to do the right thing. And I think people felt relief, and they felt a new spirit that we really had a chance to win this thing. And I'm so excited. I'm a sports guy.
That wasn't there?
I think that there was concern, particularly in North Carolina, that we might not be able to get over the hump. I continued to believe that as we got closer to the election, that things would crystallize and we could make this thing happen.
Yeah.
But I think we've made it easier now with Vice President Harris at the top of the ticket and trying to convince young people that, yeah, this is time to engage, trying to make sure that we have the ground forces that are necessary. And you see it in the volunteering for these campaigns right now. It's astounding. I think 90% of the 12,000 volunteers that we have for the campaign are first-time volunteers, which is extraordinary. And it tells me a lot about what is happening on the ground right now. The combination of knowing that a Donald Trump presidency again would be a disaster, and the excitement of, I mean, she doesn't talk about it, but the first woman and first woman of color to be president of the United States with her background, people are feeling as if they're going to be a part of history, and they will be.
You said she doesn't talk about it. Is that noticeable to you that she doesn't talk about it? Is it important?
She doesn't need to. I mean, everybody knows.
Yeah.
And I think what people want to hear is what she is going to do, what she has done and what she is going to do. And I think she's doing a magnificent job of letting people know what kind of president she is going to be. And she's had a very short runway here to establish herself. Some reporter asked me the other day,
some reporter, that sounds so dismissive.
Well, it was about why should you be putting out policy when you're so close to the election? Is that really realistic to do? And I said, absolutely, you've got to do that. You need to let people know in detail what it is that you want to do. You're just not some reporter.
No, I'm kidding.
Right?
We're all just some reporters.
Here.
Let me ask you this. You famously are the governor with a lieutenant governor that are ideologically not aligned.
I'll say.
With presidents and vice presidents, it's usually a little bit closer than you and your lieutenant. But how much room do you think Kamala Harris has to chart her own course, policy-wise, politically, in this campaign, even at the risk of breaking with some of the things that are important to and that the president believes in?
She needs to be, and I think is, proud of the accomplishments of this administration. Truly extraordinarily generational. Those investments that are being made in infrastructure and making sure we're standing up to the drug companies and fighting climate change, moving us to renewable energy. Those are the things that are exciting, and she needs to take credit for that. But she's also her own person. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think President Biden would expect her to be her own person with her own set of ideas about where she wants to go. And I think she has done that at the beginning here with outlining this economic plan that she has in place.
Yeah, let's talk about that. One last question on North Carolina. Compared to Georgia, do you think Kamala Harris should be spending more time in North Carolina than Georgia?
Of course I do.
Well, you want her to win. You wouldn't say
you got to play home court. So when the vice president was coming down, I've met her every time that she's come into North Carolina. She'll yell halfway down the stairs, "How many this time, Roy?" 16. She has been to North Carolina as vice president 16 times as of Friday. So you can tell that North Carolina is a place that she wants to be. She wants to win the state. She knows that it is a bellwether, because if Kamala Harris wins North Carolina, she is president of the United States. And that is very much in the cards right now.
All right. Let's talk about some of the policies that she has laid out so far, starting with the corporate tax rate. She wants to hike that to 28%. Do you think that's enough? Too much?
So what you have in Donald Trump is somebody who is always looking out for the tax rates of corporations and the wealthy. I think what Kamala Harris is doing is trying to set her mission apart from that, to let people know That the tax breaks, the child care tax credits, those are the things that should go to everyday working people. The earned income tax credit, the other proposals that she has made should go to working people and not to the wealthiest among us and not to corporations. And I think that is the right message to send. Obviously, when you are working something like that through Congress, that's an uphill challenge, and it's one that I think they are ready to take on. The Biden-Harris administration did it. The Harris-Walz administration can do it. I think they've got the ability to get something like that through Congress.
What are the other policy priorities that you like that she has put forward so far? And do you think she's done enough on that front?
I think she's addressing people dealing with the cost of living right now. And that has, I think, overcome a number of families to the point where they're not paying a lot of attention to the macroeconomic trends. I was doing a recruiting trip in Western Europe, and they said, you know, the United States is the strongest economy in the world. What are you upset about? But what everyday people are upset about is the fact that it's costing them more than they can make. So what she's trying to do with her proposals is to meet them where they are and to let them understand that we care about you, we understand that you're struggling with this. We're going to come forward with some innovative proposals that take on the cost of living. And I think she's begun that process successfully.
There's always a debate among Democrats about how populist to be when they talk about economics. As a very electorally very successful governor in North Carolina, where did you come down on that debate? The strategists always have.
Well, I think that Biden-Harris.
Do you consider yourself a populist?
No, I don't consider I don't like that kind of label, because I know that small businesses and business owners create jobs for everyday people. So you have to create an environment where they can create those jobs, and you can do that while still passing laws and encouraging efforts to keep consumers and everyday people from getting ripped off. And you can have a fair tax system where everything doesn't fall on the middle class. You continue to alleviate the tax burden. Like in North Carolina, we're fighting that battle right now. Our Republican legislature wants to get the corporate tax down to zero. I tell them we're the best state in the country for business. CEOs never ask me about the corporate tax rate in North Carolina. They always ask me about workforce. That's their issue. They want a well-educated, skilled, dedicated workforce. So I think that's the kind of governor that you need. That we're spending a lot of time on education, investing in early childhood and public schools, that we're spending a lot of time on making sure that our workforce is trained up with great community colleges. And I think that that's the kind of effort that she should make from a national level. Is certainly one that's been successful for us. We need to do more for working families. I would like to do more. This General Assembly gives us a harder time on that.
Well, maybe this is a way to ask you about what would help her there. What's the most popular thing you've done as governor, and what was the most unpopular thing you did in hindsight?
So I think expanding Medicaid is the most important effort that we have made with a Republican legislature that still had a lot of leadership that considered it Obamacare, and it's the reason why there are still 10 mostly southern red states that haven't expanded Medicaid. And we did it because we got their constituents talking to Republican legislators. We put together bipartisan, non-traditional coalitions, tough on crime sheriffs who had a lot of people in jail, who were dealing with people in emergency rooms, knew that they needed health care, not handcuffs. Republican county commissioners who were seeing rural hospitals struggle and maybe their doors were beginning to close. Chambers of commerce who recognized that the providers, when they have to treat indigent people, often go to the private sector to recover the money, thus sending up the premiums. All of these people came together and told Republican legislators, you guys need to do this. And we were able to funnel that and channel it. And we've got now almost 530,000 more people who now benefit from Medicaid expansion. So we're excited about that.
So talking about Republicans to the extent that there are any who want to still repeal Obamacare is popular in North Carolina.
So, I mean, people being able to have health insurance and to have the federal government assume a significant part of the premium is a great idea. And don't believe
that wasn't
Donald
the case in
Trump.
That wasn't the case in 2012.
Don't believe him backing off the Affordable Care Act. Do not believe him. This has been one of his primary goals, is to eliminate the Affordable Care Act. He almost did it one time. By one vote. He lost it by one vote. So we've got to remember that these guys don't like it. They will grab those health insurance cards right out of the hands of everyday people if you give them the chance. And I believe that health care will be an important issue on the ballot.
Or what's the most unpopular thing you ever did in North Carolina? What's the thing that
Ever did?
Yeah, with the voting public. What's the one thing if you were talking to Kamala Harris, you said, look,
I think it was the time that I wore my Duke jersey and got all over social media and heard a lot from my Tar Heel friends.
So if she's asked about that rivalry, what do you tell her? How do you advise her?
You got to go with the truth. You got to be yourself. I'm a Tar Heel. I don't know what she is on that. Yeah. I have not.
Wouldn't you tell her to stay out of it?
I don't know. It's too important. We're talking important issues. You know, if you're running for office, you got to take a stand.
It seems like there's no percentage there.
You got to take a stand.
I'm sure you've looked at the numbers. Which has a larger constituency of voters?
Of course, your public, your big public school does. Come on, man.
So isn't that what you would tell her?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
All right.
Yeah. I'll take her to a game. She will love it. You'll love it. Duke Carolina game.
Oh, Duke Carolina. Yeah.
It's
well, that's going to put her in one of those
bucket list thing.
But that seems like one of those politician moments, like putting on a helmet or something, where it's going to be tough because she's going to be clapping at the and people are going to be pissed off.
Yeah, but she'll be president, so it'll be exciting.
There you go.
President Obama went
to a Duke
Carolina game. He had a great time. I think that was when Reggie Love was his guy
body
working
man.
with
Yeah.
him. That's exactly right. So
yeah. Joe Biden is going to speak tonight, and then he's not sticking around. First of all, what do you think he should say? What do you think he will say? What do you want to hear? What do you want to hear him say? What should the speech be about?
I want him to express his full faith and confidence in Kamala Harris, that she is the person and that this is her time to be president of the United States, and that everybody who was for him, everybody who's thinking about what they ought to do, need to be for her. I hope he will talk about some of the significant accomplishments of his administration, which have been extraordinary. You know, in North Carolina, for example, we were putting tens of millions of dollars into a great plan to connect households and businesses all over our state to high-speed internet.
Yeah.
Now we're able to put billions. Now we're able to actually get it done, which is extraordinary. He needs to be telling that story. We had forgotten communities who were struggling and needed clean water, and we were able to find the money to replace their water system and fix roads and provide child care stabilization at a really tough time when everyday workers needed child care. These are amazing accomplishments of the Biden-Harris administration. He ought to take credit for that. And, you know, I'd love to hear him talk about his decision. I thought his decision was a very patriotic one because he's the kind of guy who wants to win. He's the guy who saved this country and won in 2020 and saved us from Donald Trump. And we're forever grateful for that. But he knows that this is the right time and the right place for him to do this.
You think so? Do you think he should talk about why he stepped down as nominee?
I would like to hear that. I think I know why. I think it was the right thing to do, and even though he's a guy who gets back up when he gets knocked down and continues to do that, this was a time where he needed to do something else.
I think there's still a little bit of confusion about the why, because in his Oval Office address, he alluded to unity of the party, but he never conceded the arguments that were being made to him by a lot of senior Democrats, which were about, you can't win, or others who told him, even if you won, you couldn't serve for more years.
Yeah. Well, I think he still believed he could win.
Yeah.
But I think he understood that to bring the party together and to make sure that we won, this is the thing he needed to do. That's my opinion. He has not told me that. That's my opinion as to where he ended up.
But you'd like to hear more about that tonight,
it would
about
be great.
the decision.
It would be great.
Do you think the bitterness and conflict in the Democratic Party that led, before Kamala Harris became the nominee, how much work is still required for that to dissipate, especially with respect to Biden's relationship with some top Democrats like Nancy Pelosi and Barack Obama?
I think we all know that now is the time. We're just a couple of months out from the most important election. We have to come together. I don't think that's going to be an issue at all. I'm one of the biggest Joe Biden fans you can ever find, and I am so excited about this ticket and our ability to maybe stop Donald Trump for good, and look forward to this effort. It's time for us to come together and forget about all of that.
Let me ask you one question about Trump, that as much as you disagree with almost everything he believes in, could you find one redeeming quality in Donald Trump, either personally or policy-wise?
Well, I thought he worked really hard, or had his people work really hard to get the vaccines in place during COVID. He was not a good leader during COVID, and you're talking to a governor who had to help lead my state. We governors had to take over that time, but I think getting that vaccine in place certainly helped curb things at the end of the day.
Yeah. Governor, let's talk about your future. Would you serve in a Harris administration?
So I've loved public policy. I practiced law for 18 years in private practice, served in the legislature some, served as Attorney General. This job as governor has been an extraordinary opportunity, and it's hard to believe that there won't be something for me to do in public service. I just don't know what that is yet. I think after I finish my term and assess the situation, see where I might be needed, then I'll make the decision at that time. I think everything is on the table.
Everything. So what's that universe include? Running for Senate, running for president?
No, I'm not going to run for president.
You're not going to run for president?
Not going to do that.
No way. If Harris loses and there's an open Democratic primary in 4 years, you're not running?
I think we have a lot of great candidates out there. That's what I think. And I think what's going to happen in 4 years is that Kamala Harris is going to be running for re-election.
If she's not, though. You said all options are on the table.
She's going to be running for re-election. We're very confident about that.
Have you talked to Kamala Harris or anyone from her organization about potentially serving in a Harris administration?
No. Only about policy. We've worked together on canceling medical debt, which has been some extraordinary policy that we've begun in North Carolina
recently.
Yeah, we've gotten it done in North Carolina. A lot of other states are following it. I know this has been a big issue to the vice president. We talked about that. And we talked about winning this race, and that's it.
You nailed the zero with that line.
Yeah, that was quick.
Governor, thank you very, very much.
Yeah,
really
thanks
appreciate
a lot, Ryan. Appreciate it.
All right, take care. Bernie's coming out. You're gone.
Please welcome Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders.
Hey, Senator Sanders, good
How
to
are
see
you?
you. I'm great. How are you?
I'm good.
Thank you for doing this. All right.
How you doing?
Welcome. Where should we start? Let's start with Biden's removal from the ticket, Senator, and that period over the summer that really I think historians will be sifting through for a long time. I interviewed Anita Dunn recently, and when she was talking about the people who were the most loyal, in the Biden White House's view, the most steadfast backers of the president right to the end, she mentioned your name at the top of the list. You were, there were some dead enders in the White House, but you were one of the few people on the outside who absolutely supported him staying.
Yep.
Why?
Well, I happen to think that President Joe Biden has been the most progressive president of the United States since Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And I think if you look at his record, it's a record in which we finally, after years of talk, took on the very powerful pharmaceutical industry, beginning to lower prices. How many years have we all heard talk about rebuilding our crumbling infrastructure? Well, guess what? Biden led the effort to do that. We've heard talk about the need to save the planet because of climate change. Well, guess what? Joe Biden and those of us in Congress put more money into transforming our energy system than any administration in history. I have talked and certainly campaigned on the need to cancel all student debt in this country. I think that young people who go to college should not have to spend the rest of their lives paying off a debt because they wanted to get an education. Well, Biden didn't do that, but we canceled student debt for over 5 million Americans. And as somebody who is a very strong supporter of the trade union movement, I was really pleased to see President Biden being the first president of the United States to ever walk on a picket line. That's a big deal, and standing up for American workers. So for all of those reasons, I was proud to support his domestic policies, and I wanted to see him get a second term.
Did you think if he was reelected that he could serve 4 more years?
Yes, I did. I would not have supported him if I didn't. Look, where I think the confusion is, and I fault the media for this a lot.
But that's like, you do that a lot, you fault the media.
This is not a beauty contest. It's not an entertainment show. Do I think Biden is a great campaigner? No, I don't. But I think he was an excellent president. And I understand to become president, you need to campaign. That's for sure. But I think we spend too much time worrying about this gaffe and that dumb thing that somebody may say, or that brilliant thing that everyone will forget tomorrow, rather than staying focused on the issues. How often do we really... Now, you tell me. I'm going to ask you a question. All right, you ready for the interview? All right, here we go.
Let's start.
All right. In this whole election cycle, right, of which we've seen a lot, we have Donald Trump, Biden, Kamala, and so forth, how much real discussion has there been on the most important issues facing the American people?
I would say a great deal. And if you read Politico every day, you will see an enormous amount of policy coverage. I'm on our morning meeting every morning, and that morning meeting is driven by policy concerns. I'll be very honest with you.
All right. All right, wait a minute. Right. Who is doing the interviewing now? Why did I ask you to come on the show? I mean, you got to answer the question.
Yeah, ask me about my gaffes.
All right. All right. Let me give you an example. All right. You got 3 people in America who own more wealth than the bottom half of American society.
Yeah.
You got 1% that owns more wealth than the bottom 90%. You have CEOs that make 350 times more money than workers. We have more income and wealth inequality in America today than we've ever had in the history of this country. How often have we discussed it?
Well,
let me ask them.
Well, you guys discuss it
let me have the audience. No, audience, have you heard that discussed?
Are you asking me the question?
No,
Am I being interviewed or them?
I'm ignoring you. You haven't answered my questions.
But you ask it all the time. I was at a dinner with you a few months ago, an off-the-record dinner, and you asked that exact same question to the entire table. So obviously, it gets asked quite a bit by you. But look, let's go back. Now we'll switch back. I'll let you get in a few more. I'll let you get in a few more. But I really do want to ask a couple more about the switch from Biden to Harris, because your argument is, were you bothered by that debate? Didn't you think that debate was problematic just because he couldn't make a coherent argument against?
I thought it was a disastrous debate, period. Everybody did, and so did I. So did he.
All right.
But again, what I appreciated about him is he has been an excellent president. I believe that if he was beginning to talk about the needs of the working class of this country, he would have won re-election. I believe he could have served out another term in a very strong way. But all of that is ancient history. Kamala Harris is our candidate. I'm going to do everything I can to see that she is elected and defeats Donald Trump.
I mean, it happened this summer. It was not ancient history. We're all here right now putting an exclamation point on what happened a few weeks ago. Do you think Kamala Harris is the best person to take on Donald Trump?
I think she is going to be, she's a great campaigner. I think she's very articulate. We're not best friends, but I've known her for many years. She is tough. And if I were Donald Trump, I know why Donald Trump is getting nervous. I don't think he wants to debate her, to tell you the truth, for good reason. So I think she has the potential to be an excellent president. I've been impressed. She's been head of the ticket now for 4 weeks or so? And in 4 weeks, she has done a whole lot. I've been all over the country. I think the polls are looking better. I think in picking Tim Walz as her vice presidential nominee, I think that was a good pick.
Was he the one you liked
best?
The
people that were out there, I liked him. Yeah, I think he was, what I like about Tim is a very down-to-earth guy. He really is. The fact that he was a football coach at a public high school, a teacher, the fact that he was a veteran, the fact that he had a really good record, I think, as governor of Minnesota, despite having a very small political margin in the legislature. Yeah, I like him.
What did you have a history with him when he was in Congress?
Not much.
No,
a little bit.
But did you consider him a kind of a Bernie-crat when he was in Congress?
I understand what Fox News is saying and what the Trump people are saying. No,
because I'm saying he was not. He wasn't a lefty in Congress. Am I wrong about that?
He was not what?
He was not a lefty. He was not on the left of the Democratic Party in Congress.
No, he was not. And he focused. I think he spent a lot of time, which I appreciated. I was the chairman of the Veterans Committee when I was in the Senate. When I am in the Senate, I was chairman. And he was what called the ranking member in the House. So I appreciate that. I happen to think that we owe our veterans an enormous debt of gratitude for what they have done for our country. And I think Tim has the familiarity with the issues out there to be a real advocate for them.
What's really impressed you that he's gotten done as governor?
A couple of things. I think he has provided universal breakfast and lunches for the kids of Minnesota. I think we should be a little bit embarrassed in the United States, the richest country in the history of the world, that children are going hungry. And the fact that basically when you do that, provide breakfast and lunch guarantee that kids in Minnesota will not be going hungry. And that is a decent thing to do.
Anything else?
Well, he has, I think, stood up with working people. I think, as I recall, he got paid family and medical leave done. He has stood up with the unions there and defended their rights. So I think all in all, the record is a pretty strong record.
Let's talk about what you know about Kamala Harris and her views on policy.
On what policy?
On policy in general. You guys had some spirited debates in the 2020 primaries. What did you learn about her in that contest?
Well, I like Kamala Harris a whole lot. I think she's an incredibly smart person. I think she's incredibly tough. I think she's focused. Look, we differ. That's what happens in a primary. People have different points of view. It is my view that our current healthcare system is completely broken and dysfunctional, and that it's absurd that we spend twice as much per capita on healthcare as the people of any other nation, with outcomes that are often not as good. So I think the system really has got to be fundamentally changed. We need Medicare for all. And we, you know.
She was for Medicare for all.
She was, and she altered her position. She's not for that now.
Is that disappointing to you?
No, well, that was what happened 4 years ago, so nothing is... The media suddenly is talking a whole lot about what you did 4 years ago. Not exactly a surprise to anybody who follows political events. That's not her view, nor is it President Biden's point of view. And you know what? I think I'm right, and they're wrong. But what am I going to do?
All right. Let's talk about what she has proposed so far, and where would you like her to go if you could push her? She wants to raise the corporate tax, let's start with that, to 28%. What do you think?
I think it's right.
But is that enough?
Let me answer the question.
It was a two-parter.
We have massive income and wealth inequality in America, and the richest people have never done better, period. They're making out like bandits, and many of them are bandits. So do I think that at a time when you have some billionaires who are literally paying an effective tax rate lower than a truck driver or a nurse, should we raise taxes on the rich when you got some huge corporations out there that in some cases are paying almost nothing in taxes? Yeah, I think what we need to do is bring about progressive tax reform in this country that demands that the wealthy and large corporations start paying their fair share of taxes. So I think that's a step in the right direction.
A lot of the Harris agenda seems to be things that got that were on the cutting room floor from the first 2 years of the Biden administration. What got taken out of the IRA due to obviously the effort to get Manchin and Sinema on board. Do you see it that way? And what was left over from that agenda that you think is really, really critical for the next president?
I tell you, I think I have personally been negligent, and I think Congress has been negligent in not recognizing the housing crisis. And I got to tell you, my wife did a meeting on this in Burlington, Vermont. That's all we heard, housing, housing, housing. And the truth is that in the state of Vermont, Los Angeles, and every place in between, people are having a really hard time finding affordable housing.
Yeah.
Not to mention that we have 650,000 people who are homeless. So jumping right onto that issue early on and saying we've got to build, I think she was talking about 3 million units of affordable housing. I would do low-income housing and I would do senior housing, very serious issue, is enormously important. And figuring out how we put a rent, as you may know, Wall Street is buying up more and more housing in America, companies like Blackstone and others. And I think they just cannot buy homes and then raise rents substantially, gentrify entire neighborhoods. I think you got to deal with that issue, and I appreciate that she is doing that.
She's the right has attacked her, and Trump has attacked her for price controls. Do you see what she is proposing as price controls?
Look,
and if not,
Trump has
is there
called
anything
her
wrong with that?
Trump has called her an extreme communist. So it doesn't matter what Trump says because nobody believes what he says. But I think that addressing this issue, which is a complicated issue to be sure, somehow controlling, I will tell you that it's a popular response. People are sick and tired of seeing landlords jack up rents. I mean, I've talked to too many people who have to force to move out of their homes, take their kids out of their schools. So I think what she's doing, and it's a difficult issue, got to work on a lot of details. It is a step absolutely in the right direction. And the other thing that she mentioned, I don't know if you want to go over all or...
Yeah, let's go through them, yeah.
All right, one of the others that pops to my mind, an issue we had a hearing on actually, as chairman of the Health, Education, Labor, and Pension Committee, is on medical debt. I don't know if you guys know this, but something like 1 out of 4 Americans who are getting cancer treatment end up going bankrupt or financially depleting their resources. Now, how insane is that? So if you're dealing with cancer, then you're also dealing with having to you're worrying about destroying your family's finances. So what she wants to do, as I understand it, is cancel all medical debt in America, and I think that's a step forward.
What would you like to see the first Congress with Kamala Harris as president, and let's say it's a Democratic, let's say you guys retain the Senate and take back the House.
Good.
What's your list of priorities for that Democratic
Good.
trifecta?
All right, let me tell
Good. You like that question?
I love that question. It's a great question.
I like when the questions get
brilliant
reviewed.
question.
I like when they get reviewed.
You know, for a start, the general answer, Ryan, is you know what I'd like them to do? To do what the American people want them to do.
But
And
people
we
have
just
different
did
ideas
some-
about that.
Pardon me?
People have different ideas about that.
Well, yes and no. Sometimes when you do polling and there's overwhelming response, that's not a debatable issue. Some people may disagree. Give you an example. We did a poll. I don't know if you're familiar with it. My campaign did a poll 2 weeks ago. We paid for a poll. And the results were not really different than other polls. For example, right now we have about 50% of our senior citizens living on $30,000 a year, and a quarter of them living on $15,000. God knows how you live on $15,000. What most Americans, overwhelming majority of Americans, including the majority of Republicans, believe is we should lift the cap on taxable income so that the wealthy pay more into the Social Security Trust Fund. And when you do that, you can raise Social Security benefits by $2,400 a year and expand the solvency of Social Security for 75 years. Overwhelming support, over 70%, including a majority of Republicans. Similarly, same numbers with Medicare. People want to expand Medicare to cover dental, hearing, and vision. People are sick and tired, and we're making some progress on this, lowering prescription drug costs. We are paying, roughly speaking, twice as much for prescription drugs as other people. People want to not have us pay anymore. So do those things. It's popular. It's good policy. That's some of what I'd like to see done.
So how far off would you like Harris to embrace that?
Yes.
Yeah?
I would.
Have you had conversations with her policy advisors yet?
We have a little bit, yes.
And you think there's a
Well,
chance
look,
they're interested? Are they into it?
Yeah, like everything else, it's, you know, there's a lot of factors involved, including mobilizing ordinary Americans to make that demand. Look, here's an issue that we don't talk very much about. What about money in politics? An important issue?
I assume you're going to say yes.
I'm assuming you're going to agree with me.
I'm trying. Are we switching back? Are you doing the interview?
Yeah, I'm doing the interview. I'd like you to interview me for a while.
I got to be careful here. I do think money in politics is an important issue, yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
I think it's an
I can
enormously
say that.
important issue.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there are very few people in America who don't understand that big money has enormous influence over both political parties, period.
Yeah.
That's the reality. So the reason that we haven't raised the minimum wage above $7.25 an hour, the reason that we are the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to all people, the reason why you have billionaires who pay an effective tax rate lower than truck drivers, that's not an accident. That is the power of money. And when Donald Trump says to the fossil fuel industry, what, you correct me if I'm wrong here, give me $1 billion into my campaign, is that what he said?
I believe there's, yeah, I don't want to get the fact check wrong here, but I believe that he was caught
Okay, give me
saying
some
something
money
like
and I'll
that.
do
Yeah.
what you want.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, hey, welcome to the world.
Yeah.
That's really what it's about. But it's not just Donald Trump and it's not just the fossil fuel industry. It's money talks. Ordinary people have a vote. And super PACs, billionaires put money into super PACs. Super PACs can spend hundreds of millions of dollars electing, defeating the candidates that they want.
And Democrats are basically living and embracing that system. This issue of campaign finance reform has really fallen to the bottom of the list.
Not to my mind, it hasn't.
Yeah.
To my mind, it's the most important issue that's out there. Because you're not going to get, look, again, I don't mean to be questioning you. You've been a very good guest, and I'm really delighted.
It's fine.
We'll bring you back
We've gone down
sometime.
this road.
But, I mean, you tell me, do you think it's a democracy when everybody here has one vote? That's good. And somebody else...
Well, we're in Chicago, so...
All right. Some billionaire can contribute, you know, a group of billionaires contribute hundreds of millions of dollars to elect a candidate. Is that really democracy? I don't think so. You know, did you have a vote? Is democracy. The billionaires by election is not democracy. So the Citizens United is one of the worst Supreme Court decisions. Stands up there with Roe v. Wade and denying women the right to control their own bodies. Two disastrous Supreme Court decisions that we've got to overturn.
Would you prioritize that more than leading Democrats do these days? If you're,
yeah, I don't
just
hear
on the
enough.
presidential campaign, because it's really fallen.
Yeah, you're right. And I don't know how it can fall from discussion. Everybody just follow this campaign. You know more about this stuff than I do, but my impression is that super PACs are playing an enormous role in elections all over the country, right?
Sure, yeah.
And super PACs are funded by billionaires. Now, I can tell you from a personal experience, as somebody who supported several progressive candidates in New York, Jamal Bowman, Missouri, Cori Bush. Both of them were defeated by huge amounts of money coming in from a super PAC funded by AIPAC. That's outrageous, all right? It really is outrageous. So I may be old-fashioned, and I come from a state like in Vermont where we have town meetings. You know, town meeting is a meeting like this. Everybody gets a vote. You vote on the budget, school budget, vote on the road budget, and then majority wins. You don't have people coming in with huge amounts of money to buy election, and I worry about that very much, and it has to be front and center in future political discussion.
Let's go back to the first term agenda of a Harris-Walz administration with a Democratic Congress. I think Schumer's coming up next, so you could actually lobby him here. What else do you want to see prioritized?
As chairman of the committee that deals with this stuff, the idea that we have a $7.25 an hour minimum wage when 60% of our people are living paycheck to paycheck is abysmal. You got to raise that minimum wage to a living wage, which I would say would be $17 an hour at least. I think that also we're seeing, as you may be aware, a revitalization of the trade union movement.
Politico is a unionized company.
Pardon me?
Politico is a unionized company.
There you go.
That's been a huge change in the media since I've been working in the media.
Good.
So I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, and we're seeing that all over. We're seeing nurses and even doctors and students and Starbucks workers trying to organize. But what's happening now is that large corporations are spending hundreds of millions of dollars making it hard for workers to join unions. We're seeing that in Amazon. We're seeing that at Starbucks. We had a hearing with the head of Starbucks, Schultz, coming in. So I think we need to pass what's called the PRO Act, which is legislation that would, severely penalize companies that use illegal activities to prevent unionization. So that's an important issue to me. I think, and
Harris is already there on the PRO Act, of course.
Yes, she is.
Yeah.
And another area where I think she is too. Look, as a nation, we have to ask ourselves how it is that we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth. And one of the really exciting things we did in the American Rescue Plan, as you'll recall, is we provided a $300, what they call refundable tax credit. But we got a lot of money out to parents, and the result of that is we lowered childhood poverty in America by 40%. And that's something that obviously has to be made permanent.
Harris talked about that recently. What do you think of where she landed on that issue, which I know is very important to you?
Well, in fairness to her, she's been the candidate for a month. They haven't fleshed out, and that's the way it is. She's busy running around the country and everything.
How would you flesh that one out?
Well, the answer is you do what we did in the American Rescue Plan worked, you make that permanent, period.
Yeah. Why haven't they done that? Why do you think that they didn't say
Well,
that?
we tried to do that, by the way, in Congress. Yeah.
But why do you think that Harris didn't go there?
Look, they're juggling a million things. And in fairness, they will be announcing new proposals, I'm sure, in the coming weeks and months. So I don't know.
I want to go back to one question about how we got here with Harris as the nominee, and that is the fact that nobody challenged her once Joe Biden dropped out. Do you think it would have been better for Democrats to have had some kind of debate among themselves? And why didn't you throw your hat in the ring as the last man standing from 2020?
Look, I think what most of us, and I'm an independent who caucuses with the Democrats, but I think what most of us, and I think most of the American people, I hope, believe that it's absolutely imperative that Donald Trump be defeated. Trump is the most dangerous candidate, I think, in the history of this country. I think he lies all of the time in just absolutely preposterous ways. So I think there is a consensus that he has to be beaten. I think my guess is, I am happy right now to be a United States Senator. I'm running for re-election to Vermont. That's keeping me busy. But I think there was a general consensus that Kamala Harris has done a good job as vice president, that she would be a strong candidate. And the alternative is to open up some kind of wild debate, which would, fracture the party a little bit. Was probably not a great idea. That's my guess, but I'm not privy.
You weren't quick out of the gate with enthusiastic backing of her. Did you have anyone that you thought would have been better? Did you encourage anyone to challenge her?
No, I think she's a very strong candidate. I think she stands. We shouldn't be overly confident, but I think she is generating a lot of energy among young people. I think many of them would have voted for Biden, but I think they're more energetic about her candidacy. I look forward to her winning the election. I'm going to do everything I can to make that possible.
There are some protesters, I think, if they're still here, protesting the war in Gaza. This is an issue where you disagree very strongly with President Biden.
Yes.
So first I want to hear if there's if that gap has closed at all recently, and just generally, what is the main difference between you and Biden right now with respect to that?
The difference is profound, and you're right.
Profound, okay.
I think on domestic issues, Biden has been the most progressive president since FDR. I work with him in so many ways. On this issue, he's wrong. Hamas is a terrorist organization that invaded Israel and killed 1,200 innocent people on October 7th, took hundreds of people hostage. They are a terrorist organization that would like to set up an Islamic State, period. And I think Israel had a right to defend itself against Hamas. But what Netanyahu has done is not just go to war against Hamas. What he has done is go to war against the entire Palestinian people. And it's not, I say it's not just. There are 2.2 million people in Gaza. 30,000 are dead, most of whom are women, children, and elderly people. 80,000 are wounded. 65% of the housing stock has been damaged or destroyed. The medical infrastructure has been largely destroyed. Every university, 12 universities in Gaza have been bombed. The civilian infrastructure largely destroyed, raw sewage running into the roads right now. There is no electricity, last I heard, in Gaza. And what's even worse is that Israel has made it difficult for humanitarian aid to get in, leading to the hunger and eventual possible starvation of tens and tens of thousands of children. That is a war crime. And I agree with the International Criminal Court that said both Netanyahu and Sinwar, who is the leader of Hamas, they're both war criminals. Sinwar for starting this war and doing that terrible invasion, and Netanyahu for going to war against the entire Palestinian people. So my view has been from day one, there should not be another nickel going into this Netanyahu right-wing, extremist, racist government. That's my view.
Do you think there's any difference? Well, let me ask you this. The current ceasefire proposal, I believe there's been, Netanyahu seems to have said some positive things about that. What's your judgment about where those negotiations are? Are you encouraged at all? I know you don't put a lot of faith in Netanyahu, it sounds like.
Well,
but are you encouraged by the current state of the negotiations?
I certainly hope to God that there is a ceasefire today, as soon as possible, and that we have got to get massive amounts of humanitarian aid into Gaza, or children by the thousands will be starving to death. And that is not something that the American people, with their tax dollars, should allow to happen.
Do you think there's much of a difference between the president and vice president on this issue? Some reporting suggests that Harris and some of her advisors in meetings have clashed with some of Biden's advisors on this and have been to the left of her on this. Do you
Ryan,
get that
honestly,
sense or no?
My honest answer is I don't know any more than I've read. I read the same stuff that you are. I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah. Do you think that she should break with the president on this issue?
Well, the difficulty is she is within the administration right now. Again, I gave you my view. My view is we should not give another nickel to Netanyahu's extremist government, which is creating a condition where children are starving to death in Gaza. That's my view. Needless to say, I would hope that she, moves in that direction. Will she? I don't know.
But you think it's appropriate, given what an important issue this is and what an issue of conscience, that even though they're in the same administration, that if she has different views, she should state them clearly?
Well, again, you asked me whether she does have different views, and I don't know the answer.
Yeah.
All I can tell you is what I think the appropriate course of action is. I would hope that she, and in fact, I would hope the president. I mean, I've talked to the president about this on a number of occasions.
All right, let's wrap up with the president.
I've not stopped asking you questions.
I've got a lot more questions. We'll take it outside. He's going to speak tonight. Have you talked to him recently?
A few weeks ago.
How did he seem?
I think I would, if I have a personal conversation with the President of the United States, I'm not going to tell you what he said. But, he's fine, and I think...
Not great, then.
Look, see, this is what media does. You see this?
We can ask follow-ups and clarifications.
I haven't talked to him. I talked to him for 5 minutes a couple of weeks ago. I think he should be very proud of what he has accomplished. I think he's probably disappointed that he's not going to be the candidate again. It's no great secret. But I hope he uses the remaining time to continue an agenda which speaks for the needs of working families in this country, and I'm confident that he will.
And final question here is, what do you want to hear him say tonight? What do you think he should say?
Well, I hope, my one criticism of the Biden administration, I don't think they have been as articulate as they should be about their accomplishments. They've done a lot more than the average American knows. And maybe he may want to review some of those major accomplishments.
Senator Sanders, thank you very much for both being interviewed and interviewing.
You did a great job.
It's a real pleasure. It's always fun to talk to you. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for sticking around with us. Senator Schumer will be joining us shortly, so we're going to take a quick break while we wait for that to happen. Stick around, though. We'll be back soon. Hello, everyone in the grill. We're almost ready. Senator Schumer has arrived. He's going to get us mic'd up. So everybody, you're all in your seats already. We'll probably get some more people in here soon. But just one more minute, and we'll be on the road. Thanks.
Please take your seat. The program will be starting soon. Please welcome Politico's senior Washington correspondent and Playbook co-author, Rachael Bade, and New York Senator Chuck Schumer.
Chuck Schumer in the House, obviously, fashionably late.
Motorcades, motorcades, and motorcades.
Should have planned that in our own timing. So Schumer, welcome to the Grill, where obviously we know how to flip hamburgers. Ooh, guys, tough audience here. Look, Schumer is obviously here. We're excited to have him here because he is one of the top 3 people who are going to decide what gets done in 2025 if Democrats win a trifecta and what doesn't get done.
One word answer, a lot of good stuff.
But before we get to 2025 and Harris, let's dive into some recent past. Obviously, you are one of the few people who were behind the scenes when it came to Biden making this decision to drop out. Tonight is a big night for the president. He's going to be basking in the spotlight, be hailed as a hero for putting party first and deciding to step aside. To just start, tell us, what is the legacy that you think he left behind?
Yeah, and I wouldn't just say he put party first, although you're right. He put country first. And he deserves all the credit in the world, Rachael. You know, when you've had such an amazing career as he has, and I've been with him for, 40 years. When I was a House member and he was in the Senate, we passed the Brady Law and the assault weapons ban and the Violence Against Women Act together. And what we did in 21-22, one of the greatest presidencies and legislative sessions that we've had in decades. So he's done amazing. But he knew he had to put country first. He knew that it was so important to prevent Donald Trump, he said it in his own words, to prevent Donald Trump from being president, that if he was going to stand in the way of that, he wouldn't. Didn't surprise me. He has always done the right thing. And look at the legacy he leaves. So many things that he has gotten done, whether it's the early stuff that I talked about before, or look at what we did together in 21-22, the infrastructure bill. Unbelievable. Donald Trump, he talked about infrastructure week being every week. He couldn't get a damn thing done. We got it done in a magnificent way. The CHIPS and Science bill, which is bringing back manufacturing to America, putting science there. Unbelievable. The IRA bill, biggest advance in climate that we have ever had. And finally, we went in after the drug companies. Insulin will now be $35 a month for anyone over 65. We're going to still work hard in the rest of his term to get that done for everybody. We hope we'll get some Republicans to join us. Too many of them are in the pocket of the drug companies. The first major gun legislation, I can't stop because what he's done is so great. The first major gun legislation against the NRA in a very long time. Marriage equality. My daughter and her wife are going to live much more happy because we passed that legislation. Unbelievable. To step down from that, boy, you have to be some super patriot. That's what he is.
So, in spite of these accomplishments that you're talking about, Future Forward, the Democratic outside group, told the Cook Political Report this morning that if he would have stayed in, his chances of winning, according to their own polling behind the scenes, were in the single digits. Do you think that's right? And do you think that if he stayed in the race, that Trump would have won?
Well, look, he said himself that his #1 goal was to prevent Trump from being president. And I think he made it, I'm not going to put percentages on it, but I think he made a decision that there was too great a risk of Trump being president, and therefore he did the it's courageous. What he did is not just right, and not just beautiful, and not just patriotic, it's courageous. And he did the courageous thing. So he made that decision. I don't have to second guess what % the numbers were. He did the right thing.
So unlike other senior Democrats on the Hill, when they watched the debate, a lot of them said that they thought, his campaign was over. You didn't think that right away, it sounds like. You were sort of waiting to see the polls. Did you have any sense, though, before the debate how much he was struggling? Or were you surprised, I suppose, as the rest of us were?
Yeah, look, I talked to Joe Biden on a regular basis. We planned and plotted all these great legislative things together. For the people who said he was incapable because of one problem or another, look at what he's accomplished. That's the best answer to that. And so, the debate was a bad thing. It was a very bad day for him. It's stuck in the public's mind and would be hard to get out, no matter what his condition really was. And so he made the right decision. That's all I can say. I mean, I'm awed by the decision.
So you are of the belief that that truly was a one-off debate performance. You hadn't seen this behind the scenes.
Look, there had always been times when anybody forgets a word, goes on a little bit of a tangent, but nothing like the debate.
So you took a very different approach than Nancy Pelosi did. I know you guys are very close.
We are.
She was sort of
I know
more
her
of a...
phone number by heart. You want me to tell it to you?
Please do, actually.
It begins with 415.
So she was more public in terms of instigating things, right? She went on Morning Joe and gave those now infamous comments about him rethinking the decision to stay in the race. She told her members to go public if they needed to. You were more sort of diplomatic, telling reporters, I'm with Joe, when we were pressing you about this on the Hill. You were asking senators to convey their concerns privately. I'm curious if this was an intentional good cop, bad cop approach, a la Chuck and Nancy partnership?
Look, I think Nancy did what she thought was appropriate and right. I did what I thought was appropriate and right. It was my view for several reasons. I had lots of people call me, hundreds, maybe 1,000, saying he shouldn't run. And what I said to every one of them, whether they be a senator or a political activist or a contributor, I said, you have every right to have that view. And you should have an obligation, if you feel that way, to tell the people you know in the Biden campaign. But do it privately. And do it privately for 2 reasons. One, counterproductive. When you tell anybody, particularly, someone who's had so many achievements, that they should step down or this or that, their back gets up. If you do it publicly, they would think you're trying to pressure them as opposed to giving them advice. But second, to me at least, who I love the man, and we work so closely together, it just felt wrong to publicly say he should step down. I thought we ought to do it. We ought to do it privately if people wanted to do it. And I also told people, if you think he should stay, call him up and tell him that too. But do it privately. I thought it would be both more effective and more honorable and humane.
So there was a certain point that you worried President Biden wasn't getting this message that you and senators were giving to some of his aides. So you decided you needed to request an in-person meeting with Biden. This is about a week before I think he dropped out. Yep. But first, you actually did a call with Leader Jeffries, former President Obama, and Speaker Pelosi. Was this all one call or all these separate calls? What were they like, and how were you guys frankly, talking about how to handle this?
I spoke with Leader Jeffries quite frequently. We were on the same basic page in terms of how this should be handled. I spoke with President Obama a few times. Actually, I didn't speak. I don't think I spoke even once with Speaker Pelosi, Congressmember Pelosi, on this issue.
And what did Obama say to you? Because he kind of kept quiet through all of this.
Well, I'm not going to give my private conversations with the former president, make it public. That's up to him to decide. But we had a number of serious discussions.
That's no fun. You don't want to break some news right now about you? So you drove up to meet with Biden in Delaware a week before he drops out. There's been reporting that you opened by saying you were there out of love and affection for him as a friend, and you delivered a personal message that focused on three things: protecting his legacy, the future of the country, and the impact on Congress, and to think about the Supreme Court. But we haven't seen any details about what he said to you. And so I'm wondering if you could tell a little more about that conversation.
Just as with former President Obama, if President Biden wants to talk about what he said to me, that's his prerogative. I won't mind if he does, but I'm not going to do that for him.
So about a week later, he drops out, and he actually called you. You were one of the few members that he called and said he changed his mind.
Yes.
Why do you think he called you when he didn't call other people to let them know
Well,
this? And
look,
how is that tone different?
I
at
don't
least?
know the answer explicitly but I always treated him with respect. I did that previously, as you said. I just said I'm with Joe, and I didn't give any negativity in any way. And in our meeting, it was the same way. It was respectful. It was loving. There was no confrontation, no argument, a discussion. And that's because of the respect I have for the man. You know, I'm so glad tonight is his night. He is going to be regarded as a huge hero. One of the things, if I were producing this show, I would tell the producers of the show, you better tell people it's going to go long for about 10 extra minutes, because the applause for Joe Biden, the standing ovations for Joe Biden are not going to stop. And that's a great thing. I can't wait to be there and watch. And applaud.
Just a couple more questions on this, and I swear we'll move on to the agenda in the future.
Rachel, you are an excellent reporter.
No, I'm not getting anything out of you right now. We want the details of you and the president.
Senator, too.
So without getting into specifics, since you said you didn't want to, we know that one of the reasons President Biden didn't want to drop out for a long time was that, you know, there was a fear that someone else couldn't beat Donald Trump. Is that what changed his mind? Like, can you give us a flavor about, like, where it was different from when you talked to him that day in Delaware and when he ultimately called you and said, I'm doing this? Why? Why did he choose to do it?
I'm sorry, I don't mean to repeat myself, but you'll have to ask him those things.
He's no
do know
fun.
this,
He's no fun.
that Joe Biden knew and made it clear that defeating Donald Trump was an imperative, a political imperative, an economic imperative, a moral imperative if you believed and loved in democracy. And I do know this, as is clear. He has confidence that Kamala Harris will beat Donald Trump, and I share that confidence. I don't think this past few weeks is an aberration. It's going to continue that way. So I know that it's obvious he had that confidence, but again, as to how his thought process worked, and I knew some of it, but I'm going to let him share that with you.
But he's never shown, apparently he is angry. We've had reported that he is still angry, especially at Pelosi, but also at Obama, and perhaps a little at you. He hasn't showed that anger at all?
No, in fact, we spoke. He called me just the other day. We talked about what happened. He was, you know, and we talked about some of the things. He did two things. We talked about some of the upcoming legislation, not letting these right-wing Republicans shut the government down. But he also asked me all about the Senate races and how he could help and which states he could be in and involved. So it was a great conversation, just like the old days.
Okay, enough about Biden. Let's talk about the future. So last week, Harris rolled out some specifics on her economic agenda, $25,000 to help first-time homeowners with their down payment, a first-time ban on corporate price gouging, expanded affordable housing, and increasing the child tax credit up to $6,000 for families with newborns the first year. Are these sort of just the hopes and dreams of Democrats, or do you actually think, and are you committed to passing these things in the first 3 months?
I am committed to passing them. I agree with them. First, Kamala Harris understands what working families, what average middle-class families go through. And so she came up with a platform that really answers their concerns. What's one of the number one things if you ask people, say, 25 to 35 or 40? Housing. And one of the biggest barriers in the way of housing is not the monthly payment that people will have to make. Interest rates, thank God, are coming down. But that down payment. People don't have enough money for that down payment, so they can never buy a house. And then they're paying rent all the time. And as you know, rent doesn't accumulate to your bottom line the way a mortgage payment would. And so she came up with this great idea. I think it's a fabulous idea. All of these ideas are aimed at what affects average working people and what concerns them. It was almost as if, and I think she's good at this instinctively, she was sitting in a room with 20, 35-year-olds and saying, what do you need? And this is what they came up with. But let me make a broader point. Are we going to pass these things? Look, ladies and gentlemen of America, look at what happened when Democrats had the presidency, the Senate, and the House. We got more good things passed for people in terms of reducing costs. We finally went after the pharmaceutical industry and got things done there. Not just the insulin price, which I was passionate about. We're going to try to get it for everybody if Republicans will join us. It now only goes to 35 years and older. But look at all the other things that we were able to do in terms of infrastructure and creating jobs, in terms of bringing jobs back to America, the chip fab industry, in terms of so much good to help us economically. People's heating costs are going to be reduced because of our IRA and our clean energy program and the tax rebates that are in there. Those heating bills are a killer for so many people, and the air conditioning bills as well, if you live in a more sunny clime. So look at what we did. And my plea to the American people, if you want to have a bunch of name calling, and you want to have a bunch of just, circus-like atmosphere, elect Donald Trump. But I think the American people are a lot smarter than that. You want to get things done to deal with higher costs, to deal with the things that are bothering the average American family. Elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Keep Chuck Schumer Majority Leader. Make Hakeem Jeffries Speaker.
So the Washington Post said of her economic proposal that she, quote, squandered the moment on populist gimmicks. They specifically took issue with this idea of capping grocery prices, saying that a lot of these companies, these grocery stores, don't have, are not known for huge margins of profitability. Do you have any concerns about that? And what do you say to either centrists or Republicans who say this isn't workable?
If you study her bill, she doesn't just say, oh, they can't make any profit. She looks when there is gouging, when some condition in the economy creates some kind of bottleneck and they go way overboard in charging a price way beyond a reasonable profit. That's a good thing. That's a good thing to do. And I'd make another point, not just about the grocery industry, but about so much of American industry. Where are they putting all this money? Into stock buybacks. What do stock buybacks do? They don't employ a single worker. They don't put a single dollar into new equipment. They don't do anything except raise the stock price so that the corporate CEO and their board can look better. Those buybacks are where so much trillions of corporate dollars are going into, and dealing with that kind of thing, as well as price gouging and others, I know this is something that most of my colleagues support.
So the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget apparently got a statement from the Harris campaign saying they would pay for these proposals, which add up to, they estimated, about $2 trillion over a decade, by using the Biden budget proposals on tax hikes on corporations and wealthier individuals. We saw some news today that Harris is looking at a 25% corporate tax rate, which is obviously an increase from where Trump put it, but not quite to the 35% that it was before. A 25% tax on billionaires. I'm curious if you agree with these as pay-fors, and sort of how would you get this done? Would this be something you would do through reconciliation, or would you not need to do that?
Like, we would certainly need to do it by legislation, and we probably would have to do it. I don't think we could do it if the Republicans remained in control of either the House or the Senate. But I would say this. Even the Business Roundtable, when the old corporate rate was at 35% and Trump was in power, they asked for 25%. Okay? They thought that was the businesses asking for that amount of tax cut. But Donald Trump, being the circus performer almost that he is, says, I'll go to 15%. It ended up at 21%. I believe we should raise the corporate rate. We can decide how much. I believe that even reducing the top rate on individual income for very wealthy people who make over $400,000 or over $1 million is necessary. That will bring us revenues. It's not going to stunt the economy. It'll probably make the economy grow better. And it will help average families. When you read about average families not happy with the economy, it's because the prices and things that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz have proposed to remedy. I agree with what they're trying to do, that concept. It's very important, and let me tell you, it's one of the reasons of many we're going to win the election. Another reason we're going to win the election, before you ask, Supreme Court. Nobody wants these MAGA right people on the Supreme Court. They're way against, let me just say something here, Rachael. The hard right, the hard religious right and the hard economic right, realize that they wouldn't be able to get anything done even if they controlled the elected parts of the government, the House, the Senate, the presidency. So they've had a campaign to take over the courts, and it's resulted in disastrous legislation. If we keep the Senate and have the presidency, I think that the Supreme Court, if there are vacancies, you'll see it get much more moving to the middle instead of this hard right place.
Do you support term limits on Supreme Court justices? That's one idea that I know a lot of people are talking about.
Okay, let me say this first. The Supreme Court is a morass. It is an ethical morass. Who would ever believe that very wealthy individuals who would have been funding cases in the Supreme Court would simultaneously be allowed to give gifts to Supreme Court justices? I think Chief Justice Roberts has been derelict. He can stop this. And he's been derelict in his responsibility in not doing it. So we have to deal with that. But it's also a substantive morass. They have moved so far over, excuse me, not just on reproductive rights for women, but economic decisions, the Chevron decision, and things like that, that we got to look at this court very carefully. And my Senate, the Democrats in the Senate are doing that right now under the leadership of people like Dick Durbin and Sheldon Whitehouse.
But do you think it could include term limits, or are we talking more about sort of investigative
there are
cases?
lots of things that are on the table, and we'll give careful examination to all of them.
Okay. So beyond some of these policy specifics we've seen come out in the past couple days with Harris, we actually haven't had a lot of information on, what Democrats are going to do in those first few months. I know you're talking about a lot of ideas right now, and you mentioned, when y'all had the trifecta before, you passed a whole bunch of bills. So it is a fair question to ask, okay, what are of all these ideas you're throwing out, which ones are going to be sort of prioritized in those first few months? Can you tell us about your priorities? What would you like to see?
One of the first things we want to do is make sure democracy is preserved. We saw what happened January 6th. We saw the taking away of voting rights in Republican state after state. We see the reapportionment just jaundicing the whole public process. This number I'm amazed at. Wisconsin, 53% of the people voted for a Democrat for the local state house. I guess they call it the State House of Reps. But Democrats only had 35% of the seats. Get rid of that, and get rid of Citizens United. The Supreme Court jaundiced the whole idea of the First Amendment by saying that the First Amendment required very wealthy people to infiltrate, is the word I'd use, our political system in any way they wanted. That's a priority. We came close last time, as you remember. We couldn't change the rules, but I think there would be a consensus in my caucus to try and do that.
But you're referring to the John Lewis bill? Is that what you're referring to?
The John Lewis. There's two bills. There's the Freedom to Vote Act and the John Lewis bill. Those two bills, which would be very, very important. Another thing we would try to do is continue to reduce the cost of prescription drugs. We've done some of that. We have more to go. There were things that we couldn't get done because we couldn't do it through reconciliation. More stuff. Look, our IRA bill on the environment was a huge success. We said there would be $369 billion in tax breaks for solar, wind, hydro, nuclear. There's over $1 trillion that's been invested. So, and these are businesses investing this money. Even conservative business organizations like these. We need to do more because look at what we've seen in terms of climate change across the whole country. Look in any part of the country, my part, the Northeast, but the West, the South, the Midwest, floods, everything. So we got to do more on climate change. That's another. There's a large agenda of things that we have to do. And I'll tell you, one of the first things we do is get rid of that horrible Supreme Court decision on Roe and preserve women's reproductive rights.
Okay, I got to ask you about the how here, because, you know, a lot of times when covering a new trifecta, the big question is, what are you going to do with reconciliation? Well, for this particular Congress, if you guys do win and sweep everything, the question is going to be, you know, how do you get rid of the filibuster, it sounds like, or how do you just get rid of it for some legislation and not others? Right. Because you tried to do it with the John Lewis bill. Sinema and Manchin blocked. Both of those folks are going to be gone. If you have a majority, you can probably do it.
Yep.
So are you committing right now to changing the filibuster such that you can pass that bill?
I would work very hard. I would work very hard to persuade my colleagues to do just that. And I think we got a damn good chance of getting that done. As for the whole issue of the filibuster, we're going to have to sit down as a caucus and decide how and where and when to do it. But I think there's a broad consensus on the voting rights.
Yeah, abortion rights activists specifically wanted me to ask you, will you commit to getting rid of the filibuster to codify Roe v. Wade?
Look, again, I'll have to discuss that with my caucus. I don't make these. One of the reasons I hope I've been a successful leader of the Senate is I don't make unilateral decisions. I sit down. You know, let me say this, Rachel. I'm so proud of my caucus. Every Tuesday, we all come to lunch. And what I encourage our caucus members to do is speak their minds. You can disagree with one another, and you should. We should air these differences together, but show respect. No name calling, none of this other stuff, which you see in the Republican caucus a whole lot more than you do in ours. And it's worked. So we would do that again, and obviously I would like to see us get rid of Roe in any way we can, and we'll have to explore the best way to do it.
Quick lightning round, since I'm being told I have to wrap like right now or 5 minutes ago. One of the quick answer. Let's start with this. It's January of 2025. How many seats do you guys have?
We're going to have a majority, as I said. Let me say one quick thing. Sorry about the lightning round. I'm from Brooklyn. You know, we're sort of valuable.
My events team is over there going. Yeah.
2 years ago, Democrats are going to lose 3 or 4 seats. I said, no, we're going to keep the Senate, and we may pick up a seat or 2. People are saying the same thing now. We're going to lose 3 or 4 seats. We're going to keep the Senate and pick up a seat or 2.
So if you pick up a seat, it's probably going to be, it sounds like Florida or Texas, but are you going to put money into those states to actually flip them?
Wait and see. Not giving away our campaign strategy.
Okay, John Cornyn or John Thune? John Thune, sorry.
Well, look, I don't know. I mean, unfortunately, John Thune and John Cornyn, I disagree on many things, but both of them have shown they can work in a bipartisan way. But you got this growing Freedom Caucus, Tea Party type element in the Senate. They're already paralyzing the House, and they don't want to work with us on anything, and yet they have some power in the Republican Party. So I think there's a real chance you could get someone running the Senate who is much further to the right and very far away from where the average American is.
Should Harris do press interviews? Should Vice President Harris do some press interviews?
Whatever she wants, she's doing a great job.
Okay, last question. Number one thing she has to do to keep up the momentum to win in November?
Continue talking about working families, continue talking about getting costs down, the kinds of issues that she has. There's a contrast here. Donald Trump doesn't talk about any issues. He calls names, he makes up things, he comes up with stories that are totally false. Kamala Harris is focusing on things people care about. Keep it up, and we're going to win the election, and we're going to win the election by more than people think.
That's all the time we have for Leader Schumer. Thank you for your time.
Rachel, a pleasure.
And when you get those 100-day plans finalized, maybe do the exclusive with Playbook.
Well, they were very nice because in the motorcade we were a half hour late, but we're still doing the show. So I owe you one.
Oh. All right. Everybody got that on the record?
I didn't say what it would be.
Yeah, it's an exclusive sit-down for Playbook. All right. Thank you all. We'll be back here tomorrow at 3 o'clock, and that concludes our interviews for the day. Thanks.